Oh man. Oh, it feels good, baby. It feels good today. Today's gonna be a good day. We're having a good day today. Why? Two reasons. One, it is Saturday, which means I'm here, which also means you're here. Secondly, in some sports world news, then the finals for NBA is set. It's Knicks Spurs, which means the Thunder are out of there. They're gone. They're done. And that puts a smile on my face. I do not like Oklahoma City Thunder. Most of us don't like the Thunder. That's right. That's right. Everyone, W's in the chat. W's in the chat. We do not like the Thunder. We're happy that they lost. It's so great. Makes me feel good. Let's go Spurs. Exactly. And you know what? Victor Wembanyama is a Congolese man. I'm Congolese. So I feel like you got to rep. You got to rep. And I don't care if this gets my channel clap right now. This is how I feel right now, okay? This is this is how it feels right now. Play this record as frequently. I didn't think SGA deserved MVP this season. The Thunder, as much as I don't like them, I'm not an idiot. They're a really good team. One of the best teams in the NBA, unfortunately, but it's true. But I do not think SGA was the best player. I do not think he was the most valuable to his team. He wasn't more valuable to his team than, say, Wemby is to the Spurs, right? And I feel like besides Game 7, I don't think SGA played exceedingly well. I don't. Now, had what happened this game been happening the whole season with SGA carrying them, okay, I could see how like he's MVP again, but nah. Hello, TCB, and so good to see you again. Just years ago, I just celebrated birthday. What's your turn? 49. Turn 49. Damn. Big support, big love. Thank you so much. Happy belated birthday. I hope you had a good birthday. Hope you had a good birthday. I love the wide range of people I have coming here. It's so nice because I can confidently say that children do not watch my stuff, which makes me feel happy. Makes me feel. Makes me feel good. Okay, I feel like I said that um, like Fisk. Makes me feel good. At least you gotta put up parental supervision. That's true. But no, we're having a good day. We're having a good day. I spent most of this morning editing because I had forgotten my typical routine of taking my streams and chopping it up. So I was doing that today. And I have like an hour and a half video coming out tomorrow. Just talking about the pipeline between nuisance streamer to like a Chud the Builder type. I know sometimes people like to get like certain parts of my stream, not the whole thing. So I'm like, I can service both. Hello, gamers. How are we doing tonight, though? Also, if you are a real gamer, just saying, then you probably saw my stream yesterday when I was, playing No, I'm Not Human over on the gaming channel. Which, if you guys aren't aware, is a thing that I do. I do, in fact, have a dedicated gaming channel. And I think I've been pretty consistent with it. It's not going to be like an every single day thing, but we're uploading on there. In fact, let's see where the gaming channel is at right now. We gotta do plugs. All right. We gotta plug our stuff. I don't like to do it, but it must be done. I'm not a real gamer, but I'm your number one fan. Well, you gotta be both. Gotta be both. Getting in early. Getting in early. I'm mad at Mr. Steam. Exhaustion's been my best friend lately. You tell exhaustion to go away. But listen, do not worry. Do not worry. If you didn't catch your stream live, you know you can just watch it on replay. You're not a guy, you know the VOD's already up. I only have, honestly, 2 videos on the channel so far. So we're doing good. 2 videos and like 2 lives. We have 4 videos. So for those of you guys who are just like, why doesn't he play video games? It's because he plays it on this channel. He plays it on, this is the channel on which I play games on. TTBN plays. We're also going to be changing the icon and stuff. I'm working on that. But so far, if I show the channel, if you notice, the banner's different, right? We have a banner. We have 4 videos, almost have 1 subscribers. So if you're into the more gaming side of things, we have that for you over here. We got you playing Black Jacket, Trees Hate You, and then this stream right here, I should probably label it something better than just TTBN Plays live stream. Oh, thank you, Big Jer. I'm gonna change the title here. Don't worry about copyright because I don't care. We played like 4 games this stream, and then we played. You know what? I'll give you a little sneak peek of how things look over here on the gaming side. We do a little bit of our game duel, and then we just get right to gaming. We get right to gaming. I'm talking when I say we get to it, I'm talking 38 minutes into the stream of a 2-hour stream. We get right into it. This game was also great. So if you guys are interested in me playing video games, once again, TTBN Plays. Come have a good time. You think my job is done? Grifton? Oh, you say that, but I was informed that Andy Pants uploaded a video. So like Kobe once said, what's there to be happy about? Job's not finished. Job's not done. Wait a minute. You don't have either an Xbox One, PS5, however it calls the banner displays, but I can still have that in my banner. And maybe I will. I actually do have an Xbox One. I do have an Xbox One. I don't have PS5. But I can always get one. Later on, maybe sometime this year, I'll get a PS5. Maybe for Wolverine, I'll get a PS5 for that. Who knows? Another Bond video. I'm gonna see what that is. That's on the docket for sure, Andy Pants. Because I know. Listen, I know what you sickos come here for. I know that you guys love it when my sanity is ripped away from me. And so I am here to feed you guys, okay? I'm here for that. But also, I like it. I'm sick. I'm like Punisher. Like it. Hell, I love it. Because it feels nice. It feels nice to see so many people finally have the wool removed from their eyes. You make it sound like it's a fetish. I mean, listen, we don't kink shame here. Don't yuck people's yum, but it's more of the vindication aspect of it. I told you guys my reasonings for like doing this kind of content was born out of my sheer annoyance with the overflowing of grifter content in this space. Like that's what was my true impetus for just going full on into this. I cannot stand. I literally like even if I was getting like 200 views a video, I would still be doing that because I just have to get it out because I'm so tired of just every time you click on the video. But now what I'm seeing is, and I'm not trying to say I'm a significant contributor to this, but I am now seeing a lot of people going like, These people fucking suck and they're annoying. I'm like, yes, they are annoying. Like, that's, you know what? It's funny enough. I was having a conversation with my sister today, and I was talking to her, and I was like, we were just talking about like the world and politics, and whatever. And I was like, at its core, I think the reason why we're seeing such a huge shift, yeah, my sense of justice, yeah, that super neurodivergent trait of mine. But what we're seeing such a huge shift is ultimately these people are annoying. Like, if we remove all of like the politics about it and like people being evil and whatever, if you just look at them at their core, they are very annoying people. Like, they are super annoying. I think people are finally looking past all the but it's woke, DEI, whatever. We still have a ways to go, but not a lot of people are seeing that these people are just fucking annoying. Like, they are no different than when they used to make fun of the SJWs. They are in fact worse than them. As far as I can remember about representation anime, yes, it has been there since all the way back in the 60s, even like, oh yeah, I'll talk about the anime stuff in a little bit too. I have a lot to kind of talk about today. But like, at its core, these people are so annoying that other people are just like, I don't want to be around you. Like, just shut the fuck up. Like, I don't want to be around you. You all you guys do is complain. Like, they have won on a cultural level. They won, right? You're seeing, which we will talk about, but you're seeing staffers in the for the Democrats making mean tweets, right? You're seeing the decorum go away and people just being like, okay, fuck you, you're ugly. Fuck you, you're stupid, you're dumb. And they can't handle that. They liked it when one side could shit talk them and throw shit at people, but they didn't want the return fire. But now they're getting return fire and people are just like, you're weird. Tim Walz called JD Vance like weird. And that shit had them in a panic spiral for months. And because the Democrats are who they are, they walked that back because that was too popular. But the fact that just calling them weird is like a, because that's how fascist works, right? It's the veneer of strength, but they're super insecure people. So like, you get to that insecurity, it's like, yeah, you're weird. No one wants to hang out with you. And what do? They have to force people to like them. They have to force people to hang out with them. You see these guys who can't get women, so they want to create laws in which women can't divorce, where women can't have abortions, where women can't do X, Y, and Z, because they need to force people to hang around them, to be with them. Yeah. What happened to the tolerant left? That was a myth. That was a myth. And if anything, you guys won. So you don't get a tolerant left now. You get your husband, Katie Miller, getting called fucking ugly by House Democrats on Twitter and everyone roasting you and your ugly ass husband. That's what you get. We're not doing this like civility shit no more because it doesn't work. That's what I've been trying to say too. Like, the reason why I talk the way I talk when I talk about these people is because you're not going to reach them by being like, oh, but we should take the high road. No. If you want to go low, I will drag you beneath hell because you need to experience some sort of consequence, whether that's a social backlash, whether it's something you're getting fucking ratioed. You need to experience that because then you will have your aha moment and go, oh shit, look at how I was treating this person. Oh my God, I was fucking annoying. Oh my God, I was an asshole. Holy shit, I don't want to be that person anymore. That's when the change happens. Everyone thinks if you have unlimited kindness and unlimited charity to somebody, they will eventually change. I'm like, more often than not, that's not the case because people have to be incentivized to do so. Like, I don't need an incentive to hold my beliefs because my beliefs are important to me as a person. I would do shit's unpopular because I think it's correct. But for these people, they need someone to be like, this is fucking stupid. You're being stupid. Oh, you want to make fun of people's appearances? Okay, you're fucking ugly. Oh, you didn't think because of my political beliefs and my moral standings that I wouldn't do that? I'm about harm reduction, baby. So if it's easier to call you fucking ugly, so you stop being transphobic, I will call you ugly. I will. And I will use my pretty privilege to do so. because the others can't. I will. And I said pretty privilege specifically because I want to show you a post that I made where the comments were trying to be mean to me, but even one of them was like, "You can't call him that." I think it was, where was it? Oh, here we go. I'm gonna have to set this up though. I know I'm just yapping right now. I'm sorry, but all right. First off, I'm gonna just let old me play this. Do this little quick video while I get some water. Men are naturally more attractive than women on average. That's why women need makeup. This isn't me being gay, it's science. Look at Peacock, our cardinal, male versus female, females get mocked. Greek statues dedicated to the peak aesthetic form, overwhelmingly men. This is you being gay. I don't know. I don't know how else to put that. Like that's that, and first off, the fact that you're using like animals like peacocks and shit. You are the living embodiment of you being wrong about this. Just so you know, like, just so you know, this is not me being gay. This is being gay. Like this is, oh my god, yeah, yeah, dude, yeah, dude, just fucking yeah. Like look at what you're responding. Like yeah, dude, this is you being gay. This is unprompted. Like no one asked you to do this. You're just like, men are hotter than women. Not gay though. It's just science. Men are just naturally more attractive than women. It's not me being gay. I'm not into men. It's just that's just what it is though. That's just what it is. That's it's the science. You know how much I love science. I just love science so much that I had to mention this particularly in regards to male attraction and how I think they're hotter than women. But I'm not gay. I'm just speaking the science. Fucking self report. Hey man, it's Pride Month next month. You don't gotta hide, dog. You don't gotta hide. So yes, there's all that, right? And before I get into deeper things, let's just go through the comments because people love to accuse me of being disingenuous. And I actually went into a back and forth earlier today with one of the commenters. But like, here's the thing: men are naturally more attractive than women on average. That's why they're playing it. Here's the thing, right? It's like, oh, so appreciating male body is now game, and I think it's gonna say gay, and something to be ashamed for it. Make it make sense, bruh. And it's like, is that what I did? Is that what he said? Is that what he said? Did he say, oh, that men are attractive? Or did he say that the males are more attractive because they don't need makeup? Yeah, I watched those videos from Birdman too. Those are great. But it's like, we get it, dude. You want Asmund inside of you. It's so funny to me. It's so funny to me that these guys will be like, oh, we get it. You're in love with him. You're in love with him. You're in love with him. And I'm like, he himself just said that he thinks men are more attractive than women, right? Which I'm being a little, whatever. I'm obviously I don't care if he was gay or not, but like we're having a little fun here, and then everyone's like, "Oh, you're deflecting the point and misread," and it's like they cannot help but just make it worse. It's weird how if non-woke people glaze men in any way, woke people will gay shame them like this '90s high school bully. Yeah, dude, that's what I did. That's what I did. Since when did we start using gay as insult again? Also, you don't understand what on average means. Him being an ugly cunt doesn't mean anything for the average. Yes, it does because it's the wrong messenger. Like it's so funny, dude. It's so funny. Like I'm sure that excites you. Stop slur shaming. This is misogyny, and I'm like, here we go. This is what I'm talking about. Just an ugly Negro talking. If that's all you got and this is your response to what Asmund posted, you're probably dumb enough to eat your own shit. What the fuck? Ugly? Yes. Should you call him Negro? No, bro. That just makes you look dumb as fuck to those of us that hate him. You're alienating yourself from the rest of us who agree with you. So I have a contingent of people who hate me, which is funny to shit to me. But to be like me ugly, they're talking about Asmongold. They're defending Asmongold and trying to call me ugly. It's like, come on, man. Come on, man. Like, if you're gonna make insults, at least make them good or believable. At least make it good or believable. Not only does that guy Arthur Lee Brown have, not only is that guy commenting have the Epstein thumbnail, but it's Jeff Epstein blackface. These are the men, these are the people who trying to take the moral high road because I made an inoffensive little joke. And not just me, mind you. A lot of people, because let's be real. This is extremely gay. I mean, and so one of the back and forths I was having was with what I said. I said, where is that guy? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, right? So I wrote, I couldn't imagine being an Asmongold defender, tying so much of your identity to you go on small accounts, aka my accounts, posts just to shout slurs to protect your parasocial relationship with a disgusting human being, truly seek therapy. Nobody has ever had a valid argument against him, though. They always fall back to insulting his appearance. And I said, that's bullshit. You losers just ignore that because you attach yourselves to him, because it's true, which is why he didn't respond to my comment. He responded to someone else's comment. But then I took his comment and I responded to it. And I said, he says, he has a point in general. The incredible amount of makeup everyone wears these days is deceiving as hell. Both genders can be naturally beautiful, but only one gender hides their imperfections with makeup. And so I go, no, he doesn't. The reason why women wear makeup is because of men. It is the society we've created. Women don't wear makeup. We automatically say mean shit about them, even though on average, women do look better than men. Like, what are we doing? Only one side cakes themselves in makeup. Maybe it's because one side realizes that makeup won't change how your partner feels when you're natural. I do agree that most women have more natural beauty, but they hide it behind layers of chemicals. They hide it because they are expected to. This is like saying women hate body hair and not looking at the society in which specifically punishes women for that. Asmon's logic was that because Greek statues focused on men, that means men are naturally more attractive, which ignores like literally every societal norm at the time, and I could just as easily show art from ancient Egypt or a multitude of cultures which focus on women, making his argument one of selective bias and not indicative of anything close to what he said. And we aren't really acknowledging the fact that he said that they are more attractive, which is a subjective call, which is why I said what I said. He finds males more attractive than women and is trying to use made-up science to boast his opinion. Then he goes, so everything I said, he goes, you're being disingenuous. You can recognize that a male is attractive as a male without being gay, just like women do. No, I'm not. He didn't say that they're attractive. He said they're more attractive and then tried to say it's just science. Like, if you're the one, like, if you are the one trying so hard to make it seem like people are making shit up, you are being disingenuous. Most males find female coded makeup as unappealing. Do you see how this went from my video, my little making fun of Asmongold, which is fun to do, but do you see how it went from that to I'm being disingenuous because most men find women coded and makeup as unappealing? Even though I specifically explained that our society has expectations of women to look a certain way, which is why makeup's been pushed primarily on them, it now becomes this. Because that's why they always say this shit. They go, no one ever has a valid argument. Because if you give them argumentation like this, they'll just go, oh, you're being disingenuous. Oh, you're being disingenuous. That's it. Like, there is no valid argument to these people because they do not engage in actual argumentation. Like, that's just, yes, it just boils down to semantics. Like, well, you don't, and I was being patient with that person. I explained in detail. This is where his logic fails. He's saying that because ancient Greeks, which I didn't even touch about the fact that they always use ancient Greek, ancient Rome as some high point society, which is very Western centric, right? Western or Eurocentric, but still, they always use that as some kind of talking point. And I countered that by just saying I could look at other cultures and see their focus on women. So his point's moot. So if we disregard that point, what he's saying is he finds males to be more attractive than females. And then tries to justify it by saying because women wear makeup. And so when I break that point and say that women wear makeup because society punishes them in a multitude of ways for not doing that, and I bring up the example like saying, that's like saying women like shaving because our society punishes them for not doing that, to highlight that you're ignoring societal pressures. It suddenly becomes, well, men find makeup unappealing. Well, according to Asmongold, that doesn't matter. So which is it? Is it women are more or less attracted to men because they wear makeup? Or is it women are unappealing because they wear makeup? Like, because one instance is saying that women look more attractive, but they have to use makeup to do so. But what you're saying is women are less appealing. And also, this is a heterocentric viewpoint. You're not even looking at other people who are also interested, which is why I didn't frame my thing that way. But again, if you try to get into any sort of logical discussion with them, they fucking fall apart. Like, it's crazy. People don't read, they just want to be right. Exactly. Exactly. They have no argument or defense. They just want to hate and blindly give ads, but they don't want to think. His brain probably couldn't cover who you're saying. More male statues mean more men are powerful, not the more. Exactly. That's why I said we were ignoring. That's why I said this part right here. Sorry, I have to find it. That's why I said they hide it because they expect it to. This is like saying women hate body hair and not looking at the society, which specifically punishes them for that. Asmund's logic was that because Greek statues focus on men, that means that men are naturally more attractive, which ignores like literally every societal norm at the time. That's why I said that. I'm like, because it doesn't factor in anything. And also, what was attractive back then is not consistent with what we find attractive now. Because attraction is different from culture to culture, especially over a long period of time. Like, you ever notice how those statues, when they had genitalia, right, shown, it was very tiny, it was very small, because they viewed that as a more idealized form. Because when people had huge genitals, they viewed that as like being dumber or overly sexual, right? Not using your brain, not focusing on other things. But if you were like, oh yeah, in our society, small penises are super attractive, he'd be like, what are you talking about? But again, that's why I didn't want to go into that detail. I just mentioned in passing, which ignores like literally every societal norm at the time. But these people don't know anything. Like, they're so. By the way, we're gonna watch a video today about a guy who did a deep dive on Asmongold's audience, because I think that's very eye-opening. I did watch it before, but I still want to share it with you guys because I think it's really important. But yeah, it's like you have people who will, especially for me, will consistently try to challenge me on an intellectual level, mostly by being abrasive, by calling me like dumb or some shit. And then when I read their comment, I break it down for them, they go, I'm like, yeah, you're not equipped, big man. You're not equipped for this shit. The reason why I do this shit and I have the conversations I have is because I'm very equipped to have these conversations. Like, I'm not going to be modest. I'm intelligent. Do I know everything? No. But I know what I know. And I actually do research. And I do use critical thinking. So when they try to have like these back and forths, I'm like, you're not capable of doing it, and you're getting upset at your fact that you're not keeping up, and now you're just mad at me. And I'm like, you're the one who tried to engage in this level. I didn't tell you to leave this comment. Like, I've also had people try to be like, oh, why do you platform these people? I'm like, platform? When I post my community posts of like those comments, I'm like, I'm not platforming. I am putting you on the Summer Jam screen. I am putting a head on a pike. I am letting people know, if you want to come at me like this, that's fine, but be prepared. And if you're not prepared, then that's what happens. There was a guy today that I left a voice comment because I did it on my phone, and it wasn't. Oh, it's not. That sucks. Apparently, voice comments aren't allowed here. But this was on my my last video on James Bond video, which you guys really liked. That shit has like, I think we're at like 12,000 on this one here. Yeah, you guys like this one, so thank you for that. But this is a comment on that video. Jesus Christ, you're thick. It's all or nothing, is it? Are you actually trying to deny there is an organized effort through modern media to push gender, race, and sexuality politics? Is that what you were at? Is that where? What is that where we're at? Oh, he's trying to say, is that where we are at? That you think you can just deny its existence? If so, you're delusional and a fool. Love the assertions made immediately. There definitively is a push and has been for 15 years, hence the creation of words like woke, because normal people have basic pattern recognition skills. That is a dog whistle right there. They always do that shit. Of seeing white fictional characters recast, white historical figures recast, feminization of franchises, over/inaccurate representations of ethnicities, over representation, insane, of ethnicities to the point of lunacy. I could go on, but the point is made. Politics has flooded the media landscape for a long time, and people switched off from it whilst becoming ultra sensitive to recognizing it before buying it. Now, James Bond is a cracking game at its core, but to act like that same modern socio-political bullshit isn't present in it, it's utter nonsense. It is. For me, the gameplay is good enough. I can just look past it, but I completely understand why for some it isn't. For some, it's some principle and it's good on them. For you to sit there and say that, and say this shit that you just said as if there's no basis for the criticism, just shows your blindness, naivety, and idiocy. Now, obviously, I can't play what I said here. So I will recap this, and this is just for people in general. Comments like these are people who think being overly verbose means you're right. This just showed me I could check out the minute we got to right about here. Because did he actually say what the organized effort was? No. Did he say who's pushing it? No. He said the creation of the words like woke, and that just let me know, okay, I can turn my brain off. Because the fact that he's trying to say that woke exists because of wokeness is circular reasoning. People didn't come up with the term woke because of what's happening now. The term woke existed in Black communities, right? And as with everything that exists in our communities, it gets picked apart and utilized by the greater community without any respect to what the actual meaning was. Woke just means to be aware of social injustices, specifically for Black people. This is specific to us because we have a very specific history in America. Things like sundown towns, where you need a fucking green book to know where to go unless you don't want to get fucking murdered. Those places still exist, mind you. So that's why we have to be aware. Be on the lookout. The cops are going to be going crazy over here. Make sure you're doing this. Make sure you have that. Make sure you don't stop here. Being awoke, aka being alert, being awake, right? Conservatives took that, swapped it for CRT, and just made it mean anything. And now you have these dumbasses who try to tell me, a Black person who knows his history, that the term woke is because people have basic media recognition skills and they can see white fictional characters recast. Funny how it's just white characters. Funny that. Really hilarious that, because that has been happening to non-white characters for decades. For literal decades, you've had stories that are based off POCs that have been whitewashed. Like, but besides that, white historical figures recast, again, this has also happened to non-white people. Feminization of franchises, I don't even know what that means. Are you talking about like the Ghostbusters franchise? Like, what are you talking about? and an over-representation of ethnicities. That's so stupid. That is so stupid. How does that work? That only works if you believe that whiteness should be so pervasive that everyone default should be white. They believe movies should have mostly white people, that books should mostly about white people, that TV should be white people. Because I make a movie about fucking Africa. Are we now having overrepresented minorities? If I make Crazy Rich Asians, is that an attack on, is that pushing a political agenda? But why isn't having all white people pushing a political agenda? That question's never asked, by the way. They never asked that question. Why is it political when we have queer people and black people and trans people in spaces, but it's not political to not have them specifically in spaces? And the overall thing is, you're trying to tell me that politics have always been a part of everything. Like media, it builds that. You cannot escape from politics within media. It's a reflection of the current day. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. But this is why I do what I do. This is why I do it. This is why, ironically, tomorrow's video that I have is going to be over an hour long, is going over that pipeline between like Nuisance Streamer to like Chud the Builder from that stream I did like a week ago. And I'm glad I'm putting out tomorrow because it touches on this shit, where they've now moved to these are the tier 2 types. This kind of person right here watches a tier 2 Nuisance Streamer. Your Asmongold, your Nick Fuentes, your Smash A2s, the content creators that deal mostly in idpol. Because these are all idpol talking points. When they say basic pattern recognition, just know it's a dog whistle. Just know it's a dog whistle. I think people don't understand the term politics. They confuse the political parties. They do. They do. Because, especially in my country, right, in America, people are extremely uneducated when it comes to any sort of political ideology. Because they think politics is you're Democrat, I'm Republican. They don't think politics can be like the why of things. Like, why is it that most of the media you consume has heterosexual white men in leading roles? Because that's a particular agenda being pushed. That's an ideological agenda being pushed, right? Whiteness is good. White males are the arbiters of what's good and strength. Therefore, they're the heroes. They're heroic. And then you have other things like, you know, when they queer code villains, where you have, you know, the colors villain where darker colors are associated with bad, lighter colors good. Like, there's a whole thing there. That's why media literacy and analysis is so important. But these people don't fucking have that. And we've had that erode. So now I'm constantly dealing with people like this. Like, it's the people, going back to Asmongold, right? It's the people who will defend him tooth and nail and say that I'm obsessed, or someone's obsessed, Hassan's obsessed, X streamer's obsessed with him. But yet when he continuously, mind you, Hassan and Stavros had a 2-minute clip about Asmongold, to which he made a 40-minute response video to a 2-minute clip that they did. He literally made a video that was 20 times the length of what he was responding to, because they hit a fucking nerve. But on top of that, he's allowed to talk on stream about Hassan for like fucking 4 hours, and that's fine and normal. But if any other content creator talks about him, you're farming him, you're clout chasing. Even though Asmongold will go after people like Huith and Naira, like small trans creators, and would specifically say that he is farming them. They do the cognitive dissonance dance where it's like, no, that's different. That's a different thing. And that's because they tie their identity so much to this person that when they view him do something they subconsciously know is fucked up, they go, oh, it must be good because he's doing it, because I'm a good person. So I'm doing it, so he does, so it's fine. But they don't ask those questions. Same thing here, right? It's, you're pushing a political agenda because you're making these characters black. You don't think making them white was a political agenda? You don't think that's a thing? When Stan Lee made Black Panther, when Stan Lee and Jack Kirby made Black Panther always had a half mask. So I know you guys are used to seeing Black Panther looking like this, right? Let me get to the. Oh my God, Marvel, thank you. You're used to Black Panther looking like this with the full face mask, right? This is a result of the, I believe it was the inkers or the colorists, the colorist would color in T'Challa's half mask so they wouldn't show that he was a black person. That is politically motivated. And so Kirby would keep drawing him with his half mask, and they would keep having to color it in. That is intention, right? They did not want to have a visible black person. It wasn't until much later that they stopped fucking doing that, and they made a storyline where he could have his half mask showing. Because what Black Panther is supposed to look like. Jesus Christ, the website's so slow. But who he's supposed to look like is like this. This is what. Oh, I think this is actually highlighting what I was talking about. Yes. Black Panther originally debuted wearing a half mask that revealed his mouth, similar to one by Daredevil. Concerned that depicting a black man on the cover of their comics would prove controversial, Marvel editors requested that the character be given a full face mask. Instead, artist Jack Kirby refused to draw him full face mask, so the inker would. So literally what I just said. Because once again, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Unlike other content creators who are molding as we speak, this was real. This is how he's supposed to look. That is intentional. Specifically because he was black. Right? So when you see shit like this and you see the history of that, you start to ask questions. Like, well, why is that way? Right? You ask the reverse. Well, if Black Panther can't show his face, why could Reed Richards? Why could he show his face? And that's where critical thinking starts kicking in. Well, let's look at the larger society at the time. It was always acceptable. It's never not been acceptable to be a white, straight man. At no point in the history of this country has it been unacceptable to be white and straight. You could have white faces on every ad, on commercials, on billboards, and magazines, whatever. That was okay. That was never not okay. But could you say the same for other ethnicities? Could you even say the same for women? No. Why is that the case? That's how the thought process goes, right? These are both, if like, basically, I'm trying to get a long way to say, if having people of color, people of different minorities, different sexualities is pushing a political agenda, then not having them is equally pushing a political agenda. But they never look at the other end of it. They only want to focus on look at this, look at this, look at this. They're black, they're queer, they're trans, they're women, they're this, they're this. But they don't look at the fact that, well, look at all the straight hetero shit you get. That never crosses their mind that, oh, wait, I wonder if I've been too conditioned in order to accept things a certain way. And this is why I'm reacting so violently to this. Because that's just normal. Asmongold doesn't truly care about art. He doesn't care about anything, especially himself. Yeah, the editors. Are we gaming? No. Gaming was on Fridays. Yeah, the editors of the comic industries are horrible. The Comics Code. Oh, yeah, the Comics Code. Yeah, believe me. I can do a whole thing on that. Asmongold said that he appealed to statistics and graphs against the Birdman, but when he was against Destiny, he refused to look at any economic stats like GDP per capita and said he just looks at food prices at food chains. He doesn't do research. That's the thing too. And honestly, from a behavioral science standpoint, which is like kind of my whole thing, it is fascinating to see someone like Asmongold be in the position that he's in, because what that does is basically it creates a permission structure for people to act more like him, because they're now seeing that it pays off, right? You're now seeing that if you are a horrendous human being, if you go against everything you were taught as being a legitimate, decent person, a functioning, contributing adult, you would find success because of what Asmongold does. So that's why a lot of his fans, again, we're going to watch a video about that. That's why a lot of his fans like him. That is the relatable aspect they talk about, where he's, one of them, right? Even though he's not. He's a CEO. He owns like 5 businesses. He makes millions of dollars a month. But they try to act like he's John Everyman because he lives in squalor. He adopts, and in anything, I know we talk about him a lot too, but if anything, he's faker than Hasan, because what Asmongold does is adopt the aesthetics of being the everyman. But he will not hesitate to tell people he makes millions of dollars. He's owned businesses. Whose everyman is that? Are you guys in a situation where at any given moment you could completely change your life materially? I don't think most of my fans, or most of my audience just has like millions and millions of dollars laying around, but they just choose not to do something with it. I think a lot of us work wages. A lot of us work hourly. A lot of us get paychecks. Some of us living paycheck to paycheck. I think that's the vast majority of people. I'm much closer to the everyman than he is. But because he adopts that specific aesthetic, because he's legitimately just lucked into doing this, right? They're like, oh, he's so relatable. He's so chill. It's like, but how is he relatable? There's nothing that he goes through that you go through. He's not struggling for bills. He's not trying to, improve himself. He's not going through the same trials and tribulations as everyone else. He can literally sit at home all day on his computer and make millions of dollars. Like, that's not relatable. Oh, but he's a piece of shit. That's what you relate to. He just tells it like it is. No, it's not. That's not telling it like it is. In order to tell it like it is, he would have to know what he's talking about. He doesn't. What he does is basically what Joe Rogan does, but in the gaming space. Well, now I guess in the political space too. They just say what's on their mind with no thoughts about the repercussions of it. And people like to take that as like, oh, he's an honest person. That's not being honest, though. Not in my book. Like, just saying shit, especially because he's a fucking grifter, too. Like, he wasn't doing this shit when Trump was out of office, and now suddenly he's super political. Now suddenly he's aware of Iran. Now suddenly he's aware of all these places. No. Same thing with all these other people. Oh, they're honest. People think someone being awful means they're being genuine. And that is one of the biggest societal traps I have seen. They think if you have no morals, no scruples, if you stand on business, even if there might be a financial detriment to you, they think you're being fake. Me turning down a potential sponsorship because I did not like who they aligned themselves with is me virtue signaling. But someone taking $1 billion from stake to promote gambling to their child audience, well, you gotta get the bag. But they're more authentic because they have less morals. They don't have scruples. Like, that's where we're at now. Imagine an alternative universe where Asmongold's a clean young white guy who lives normal life. That's Moist Critical. That's Moist Critical. Moist Critical is the anti-Asmongold. Both white dudes who wear white t-shirts, sit on the screen all day, long hair, and talking about gaming stuff and even some political things. But Moist Critical is a functional human being. He also owns companies. He also makes a ton of money. But he's not getting on the internet talking about why Palestinians are inferior. Anthony's most recent video, the one about blackwashing? Am I familiar with DC So White movement? Yes. Yes. Yes, I am. Asman got canceled hard when he tried to go after the Jews and Palestinians, so he just shifted talking about Irish black people. Here's the thing, though. He didn't really get canceled. He faced some consequence for once, and use that to like clean up his room, which I guess is like a good thing. People are like, oh, he's an adult now. I'm like, okay, let's baby the 35-year-old man at the time. But even with that, even with all of that, yeah, he doesn't change, right? Because he's a horrible human being. And the reason why I go in on him, people like him, is because I am tired of people acting as if there's only one way to engage with something. Like you have to be a piece of shit. Like I'm very happy I was editing this video for tomorrow because it goes into more of my thoughts. But we have this society that's just so apathetic towards everything, and they think that's cool. It's so cool not to give a shit. I'm like, no, it's easy not to give a shit. It's easy to just follow along with everyone else. Those big conservative content creators are so fucking fake that you can literally pay them to change their opinions on things. I'm not sure how familiar you guys are with what's happening, like Ashley St. Clair, how she's exposing like the inner workings of MAGA, but she's talking about how people will literally be paid to just post certain things, to say certain things, right? And we've seen that in politics, where people get post like chorus money, and even some Democratic influencers pay to post that shit, right? But these people will do so many things from. I promise you right now, if tomorrow there was a huge cultural political reset and we're all like, you know what, woke is in, baby, we love being woke, we're not going to support anti-woke shit, I promise you all those people would pivot. I promise you, because none of this is about their principal stances. It's all about money for them, which makes them the least authentic people out there. Like, I swear to God, if tomorrow everyone was like, yeah, we're kind of sick of like Asmongold and the Quarter Ring and Nerdrotic and all these people, we're not gonna watch any of their videos anymore, I promise you they would pivot to like, oh well, I wasn't even that bad. It's like what happened with fucking Tectone, where he admits that no, yeah, I was getting caught being a fucking sexual assaulter, so I had to pivot to right wing content. These people don't. Yeah, they live in a true echo chamber. As much as they try to come for like people on the left, right? I've gotten it. I'm sure you have seen other creators get it. Oh, you guys have an echo chamber. You're snowflakes. They can't handle any opposing view, like at all. Like, are you guys familiar with what happened recently with Katie Miller and how she was trying to go after this one individual, Paulina, I think her name's like Mongubat. Like, I don't know if you guys saw this shit. It's funny as hell, but it also gets to the point where I'm making overall. So this woman basically got not like doxxed, but got revealed by Katie Miller because she called Stephen Miller ugly, which is rightfully so. A Democratic National Committee staffer is facing renewed scrutiny after posting a photo of a cake referring to White House advisor Stephen Miller as Timu Hitler, escalating an ongoing online feud. The post, shared by Paulina Mongubat on May 28th, shows Mongubat holding a sheet cake with the message, "You ratio Timu Hitler and also hot," alongside the captions, "Haters mad." The image quickly gained traction online, drawing both criticism and support as discourse around DNC's social media tone intensified. The controversy comes after the party's official Twitter account posted a profane reply targeting Miller, writing, "Shut up, you ugly fuck," in response to one of his posts. I want to actually show the post because it's not that one. Who cares? Can I show the post? Are they just gonna link it? Oh my god. Okay, whatever. The exchange began after Democrats' account posted support for Texas. Yeah. So this is what kicked it off, right? They're supporting James Tallarico. Miller Stephen responded with a false claim that Democrats had nominated a transgender candidate, writing, "The Democrats made history in Texas by nominating their first transgender Senate candidate." The remark was widely interpreted as a jab at Tallarico. Miller has since repeated the claim in additional posts again suggesting Talarico was transitioning, despite there being no evidence to that be the case. The official account replied to Miller's first post with the insult, and because the response came from National Party itself rather than a campaign or surrogate, it has captured attention and prompted questions about who was responsible. It did not prompt questions. I do not know why Newsweek is supporting this like that. It didn't prompt questions. Stephen Miller's wife, Katie Miller, was saying like, "Oh, this is the person who did it." Yeah, this is what happened. This is what happened afterwards. Katie Miller, Paulina Mongabot, who runs the Democrats account, she's 30, unmarried with no kids. Put your name on it next time. This is what a sad, unhappy female liberal looks like. It's why Pew reports 50% of them have been diagnosed with a mental condition. And then she's like, actually, I'm getting married. So, wrong there. But all of this caused such a fucking intense amount of pearl clutching. When, mind you, Trump has shared AI-generated imagery targeting political opponents to Democratic lawmakers, making public mocking rivals in real time, and elected officials using events or cultural moments as backdrops for shop awareness jobs. This style of messaging, fast, visual, often provocative, marks a shift away from traditional good. But like Trump has done this shit times a billion, right? Mind you, right? Stephen Miller started this by accusing James Talarico of being trans, which you guys all know. There's nothing wrong with being trans. But we also know that they are intentionally calling him that because they know their base will eat it up, right? Oh, the Democrats are having a trans person, as if it's bad. They're having a trans person. He's not trans at all. But they'll just call him that because that's just an insult they can throw. But whenever they get even a smidgen of that back, it's all of this. It's oh wait, we can't do this. This is so mean. How dare, and then mind you, like all the conservatives online were talking about this. Like you had what's his face? First off, this is what Steve Miller looks like. Like he's ugly. Like it's just facts. It is what it is, right? But then you had people, one thing I'm gonna show here, going like, how dare you do this? How dare you do that? Like, look, like this makes it onto Fox News. It's this and Hassan Piker. This is what they want to cover. Look at people being mean to us. But will I show you what we did to them? No. No. Not at all. Let's make AI videos of them. Let's do all this shit, right? And also, I'm like, I'm sorry. She mogs them, okay? Like, it's no comparison. It's no comparison. Like I said earlier, like this shit right here popped the fuck off. Like, look at the quotes. This shit popped off. And then she got mad. But everyone's like, yeah, we like this shit. We like this. Of course, these losers like this too. But it's like everyone's being so like, look at libs of TikTok trying to be like, oh, the official Democratic Party. Meanwhile, the party that they support, the party of billionaire pedophiles, have said and done so much worse things. There's an entire list, the Epstein files about them. In fact, I'm pretty sure one Republican like senator or like congressperson had to step down because of some like child abuse shit that happened recently. And I think another grifter, only thing more powerful than hate is love. Suddenly they want to talk about these empty platitudes of like love is love and we should be peace. And they're actually terrorists and this and that. Meanwhile, fucking conservatives are talking about deporting millions of people, like using violent rhetoric and all this shit, right? Like, you think Laura Loomer, this is the official Democratic Party tweeting at Stephen Miller, right? Let's look at what Laura Loomer just tweets on a regular. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, by the way, now they're trying to go after Graham Plattner because he like him and his wife had to go through marital counseling because he was like talking to a bunch of women while he was married, as if she doesn't support Donald Trump. Disgusting. The Democrat Party is a party of communists, jihadists, sexual demons, and wannabe sexual predators. This is from someone who is a part of the Republican Party saying this, with their president being Donald Trump. And they want to do this fake pearl clutching. Like Dave Portnoy going, not caring about him wheeling 6 chicks at once when he was married is your choice. Not caring that he pretends to be poppers when he went to one of the richest prep schools in America is your choice. Not caring he went to war saying he wanted to kill people is your choice. He's saying all this shit, right? Not caring that he is a Nazi is your choice. But if you support him and promote him, don't ever lecture anybody about the moral high ground again because you're a piece of shit. This is what Dave Portnoy says. And then it's like, like this is Trump. He's describing Trump. I even said that. I'm like, you are a Trump supporter. Like, you don't get to do this either. Again, this is all this shit I've been talking about, though, right? They want everyone to be so, oh my God, when it happens to them. But they also want to be able to do this without any consequence. And they get consequences and they melt down. Stavros called Asmongold basically ugly. And he won a 3-day fucking meltdown over that. Made a 40-minute video. Talked on stream by Hassan for fucking 4 hours. Like, I have to show you guys the actual thing. It's so funny. Like, it's so fucking funny, dog. Like, he is so mad. He is so mad. He's so mad about this. Here, first I'll show you what they said, right? I'll show you what I said.
Listen to that fucking guy. He's fucking disgusting. How did this happen? He looks like shit, right? He probably gets no fucking pussy. Asmongold, whatever the fuck his name is.
I don't know, man. There's clout. He's got clout.
Do girls suck his disgusting?
I have no idea, but I don't.
Is that what he even likes?
I don't even
what does he
know.
do with his fucking?
Today we remember George Floyd, who was murdered by a former Minneapolis police officer 6 years ago. That moment.
Why is he weighing in? He's some fucking idiot. What did he stream?
Because Elon boosted the fuck out of this shit.
But what did he stream? How did he get famous? Fucking
World of
Minecraft?
Warcraft.
Oh yeah. My God.
Yeah, no.
A fucking World of Warcraft guy?
Yeah.
People listening to that fucking guy can't take a fucking shower?
Yeah.
Guys, don't be like you. I'm telling you, I'm fat and ugly. You don't have to live like that. You just have, if you put light into the world and positivity, you'll get sucked off.
Yeah.
Don't go into the dark side with a dirty ass motherfucker who doesn't even fucking shower. He doesn't know shit about what he's talking about.
So that's all they said about him, right? And if we just type in, let's do Asmon Stavros, and look at his response, and you tell me if this is a person who's definitely not mad.
What is that fucking? What is that fucking? Why do people listen to that fucking guy? He's fucking disgusting.
Shut up, fatty. Shut up. What are you talking about, fatty? Call me I'm disgusting. I guarantee you, if me and Stavros and Hassan had to walk 3 miles, at the end of those 3 miles, I would smell the best out of all 3 of them. I would. See, this is what happens whenever you're.
This is, you could tell he got in his feelings right here.
Why
like,
do
watch.
People listen to that fucking guy? He's fucking disgusting.
Shut up, fatty.
Right there. The whole. Shut up, fatty. And he has to say it again. Like, he goes, because here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? If we're being, Stavros didn't say that he was ugly. He said that he was disgusting, right? He said he was a disgusting person.
What is that fucking? Why do people listen to that fucking guy? He's fucking disgusting.
So someone being disgusting doesn't necessarily mean they are ugly. Not saying obviously like I'm being a little pedantic here, but his first response wasn't even to counter the fact that he is disgusting. His first response was like, "Oh, well, you're fat. You're a fatty." And I'm like, be more insecure. He's reacted more intensely to being called disgusting than being called a Nazi. Probably because he literally wants to be a funnel for Nick Fuentes, which we'll also get to.
Shut up, fatty.
But
Shut up.
so
What are you
mad.
talking about, fatty? Call me I'm disgusting. I guarantee you.
And then to make up this insane situation that highlights nothing, because he thinks because he's skinny, he wouldn't stink. He stinks already.
If me and Stavros and Hassan had to walk 3 miles, at the end of those 3 miles, I would smell the best out of all 3 of them.
And first off, do you think in this hypothetical situation that he's walking 3 miles? Like, you think he's walking 3 miles? Like, there's no way.
I would. See, this is what happens whenever you're fat. Is that you think this is the way it is.
He like
That makes no sense, by the way.
he was a like. How did this happen? He looks like shit, right? He probably gets no fucking pussy. Asmongold, whatever the fuck his name is.
The eyebrows are going crazy. He can't control the eyebrows because he's so
Oh
mad.
man, there's clout. He's got clout.
It's really crazy to me. By the way, I think that these guys are really kind of self-reporting. So much of men that are leftists are just using it as a mating technique.
Now, this is what someone who gets no pussy would say, by the way. No one says, you guys are using your political beliefs as a mating technique. That's like red pill incel talk. Like, he might as well just said, you guys use it as a mating technique to increase your sexual market value in order to attract more foids. Like, no one normal who interacts with women is going to say, this is a mating technique. This isn't fucking Jujutsu Kaisen. We're not doing mating technique, leftist ideology expansion. Like, we're not doing that. Like, that's not how that works.
They don't actually believe any of this shit. They don't even think any of this. They know it's bullshit. They just say it because it's a good way to get women to like them.
Projection. Especially this part.
Just say it because it's a good way to get women. They don't even think any of this. They know it's bullshit.
They don't think English. They know it's bullshit. Because that's what he thinks. That's what he thinks. People like Asmongold cannot understand that there are people out there who do not do things specifically for some sort of personal satisfaction, some sort of like transactional experience, right? Like, I don't talk about my political beliefs or my ideals and morals because that's some sort of lucrative stance for me. Clearly not. I'm not rolling in dough, right? I do it because that's what I actually believe in. I stand by my convictions. A lot of people stand by their convictions. I mean, Hassan is getting investigated or supposedly subpoenaed by our government because he stood by his convictions, along with countless other people, to send a flotilla to Cuba. He's currently now in New Jersey, canvassing and stumping, right? Because when he supports someone politically, he will use his whole platform to do so. That's someone who, whether you like him or not, is standing by his convictions. He can't imagine that, because if what he says is extremely unpopular, he'll walk it back. The only reason why he walked back his shit about Palestinians is because he got hit by Twitch. If Twitch didn't reprimand him for that, he would never have walked it back. He lives that life. He has no actual convictions. He just says shit that he knows will get him in the cycle. So he has to be constantly controversial. But there's no way that he could ever imagine actually having real convictions to stand by.
They just say it because it's a good way to get women to like them.
And yes, look at this mindset. You think people being leftist is a method to get women, well, I guess straight men to get women, as if women are so easy that I just tell them by the way, I voted for Kamala, and then I'm in there. Like, like the thought process is not there. Like the reason why seemingly a lot of left-leaning men get women is because they're not annoying incels who feel like the world is owed to them. There are people who, on average, would probably be more supportive of women having their own reproductive rights, of, you know, access to healthcare for everyone else. They're probably more amenable to other things. They're probably just in general chiller and nicer to people and not angry. Like, like this notion that it's strictly your political beliefs. I'm like, no, you have those political beliefs because you are that person. You are a right winger because you hold those to be your values. And the current iteration of the right wing is telling women that not only should you not have rights to your body, but in some states, they can fucking throw you in jail for getting an abortion. Like you're telling women that you believe in ideology which intentionally oppresses them. Probably not going to go over well with a lot of women. But even with that, there's still the aspect of having a personality that matches what they want, to be the person that they want. It's not just, oh, I told them I'm a male feminist and I get laid. It's like there's more to it than that.
That's it. So yeah, I mean, I don't really like. I don't have a girlfriend right now. No, I don't. Like, yeah, maybe in the future I will. Maybe not. I don't. This is not my whole life. There's Sims. Yeah.
There's Sims. Yeah. You see what I mean? There's no complex thought that happens with these people. It's just my audience says there's Sims. I agree.
Why is he weighing in? He's
Why am I weighing in?
some fucking idiot that what?
Does he answer that though? Why am I weighing in? You know why. Doesn't say it though.
Because Elon boosted the fuck out of this
But
shit.
what did he stream? How did he get famous? Fucking
World of
Minecraft?
Warcraft.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yeah, no.
A fucking World of Warcraft guy?
Yeah.
People listen to that fucking guy can't take a fucking shower?
Yeah.
Guy,
I don't need to because I'm not fat. I don't smell bad.
I don't need to take a shower because I'm not fat. I don't smell bad. As if the point of taking a shower is simply to please someone's olfactory senses and not for general health reasons. I don't need to take a shower. I'm not fat. Like only fat people take showers? Like what are we doing?
Fat people smell bad.
to live like that. You just have, if you put light into the world and positivity, you'll get sucked off.
Yeah.
It's all about having sex with women.
Also, it's obvious that Stavros is fucking joking. He's playing things up. He's a comedian.
Their entire worldview and everything is built around the sexual approval of women. That's it. It's kind of sad. Really. And also, like, by the way, I don't...
Now, listen to that and then think about the post I showed you earlier when he said that men are more attractive on average than women. Now let's start putting two and two together now.
really like talking about a lot of like relationships or girls I talk to or don't talk to or anything else. I don't like getting involved in this. It's weird. I don't need to prove anything. I don't need to indicate that women like me.
I don't need to do any of that stuff, which is why I decided to respond to this in this clip, but also why I decided to respond to it in a fucking 40-minute video, because I don't care. This is how much I don't care. This is how much I don't care, you guys. I don't care so much that I made a 43-minute video about it. This is how much I don't have to prove myself. I made a 40-minute video on this. Attorney explains Hassan's best case scenario. What are the odds that it's what's that fucking lawyer on his team? The legal something dude. Yep. Like, And again, he has in the last 48 hours, he's had 1, 2, 3 videos about Hassan. 3 videos about Hassan. But please tell me how I'm obsessed. Please tell me how Naira's obsessed. Please tell me how Huat is obsessed when he's made 3 videos about Hassan in fucking 48 hours. Like, please. Please tell me. Please tell me. Again with Hassan right here. Please tell me how this is legal mindset. Thank you. But please tell me how this is an obsession. How this isn't Hassan derangement syndrome. When he has multiple videos on Hassan. Including 3 in 48 hours. It's crazy, dog. Like, but his sycophants will be like, oh, well, everyone else is just obsessed with our Roach King, but he's not obsessed with anyone. And I'm like, dog. I look at this. I made this post earlier today. I said, I couldn't imagine being an Asmongold defender, tying so much of your identity to go on small accounts posts just to shout slurs to protect your parasocial relationship with a disgusting human being. Truly seek therapy. And almost immediately, proven correct. Immediately. This is all they do. Asmongold speaks the truth, and you bunch of loser nobodies share his content hoping to get attention. You losers are pathetic. Won't nobody pay attention to you unless you use someone else's name? Fucking scrubs. Oh, so kind of like how using Hassan's name, that got him more views than anything else so far. Using Hassan's name again. Using Joe Rogan's name. Hassan again. 1 million views. Hassan. So, once again, it's rules for thee. He gets to farm off everybody, and that's good and fine and awesome. But if anyone else does it, you guys are just losers. And you need him you need to talk about him to do stuff. You need to talk about him to get your content to pop off. Which is patently false, at least for me. Because, like, most of my videos that I've done well are not about him. Like, I can... Like, Viltrumites, like, my most popular video about Asmongold has gotten 17K, which is equal to the amount of me talking about Ghost of Yote, which is to me talking about Andy Pants. I've had more videos do better than that. So I'm not using him as some sort of way to get off. In fact, me not talking about him would probably get me even more views. Like, I'm not getting the Asmongold bump. So even like this comment is provably false. Like, it's not real. But these people don't live in the real world at all. They live... Like, listen, I can't imagine you spending the amount of time you do talking about someone else and how they live and should live. Pretty pathetic. That one guy, I guarantee he's following a bunch of grifters. 100%. Oh, wow. Legendary drops. Cabrutus. Just right off rip. Legal mindset. Drama alert. Madam Savvy. Like, yeah, I know Yeet. I know, like, they're so... When are we doing the reaction thing you promised? Oh, for Andy Pants, we'll do it later. You guys, the one we're streaming for an hour. We're good. But, like, these are the kinds of people who he attracts. Which is why I can't imagine being so intellectually bankrupt that you can't provide a single argument. I can't provide a single argument. Where in this post was I supposed to argue something? But also, my argument is you guys tie so much of your identities that you go after small accounts to protect your parasocial relationship, like you're doing right now. I don't need an argument. You're proving it for me. They wouldn't defend him if you didn't attack him. Is something wrong with your brain? Yes. Dumb name, bunch of numbers. Because Asmongold has never just been attacking people. Palestinians came after him, which is why he said they're an inferior culture, right? Protesters came after him, which is why he said he'd want a law so they could run him over, right? And then it's like slurs. Like it's exactly what I thought would happen, which is why I said. And within moments, his roaches appear. It's almost as if they can't help to prove how pathetic they are. Like they need everyone to know that they're fucking weirdos and that they're lame. But what's so funny is no one's scared of them anymore. Like no one is afraid of them. And it gets them mad. It gets them so mad now because they're not afraid of his little roach army. So they're just like, oh shit, well, I'm gonna call you a slur. Go ahead, dude. Get your one like. You're not gonna. I'm trying to find and this is what happens too, right? I get traction, lists, and what is it? Botted likes, pile of dead N-words, Epstein disciple, darky malarkey, useful idiots, R words of X, Nazi scum. I am Nazi scum apparently, which is hilarious. That's what they have. They're fucking weak. Just like the man they idolize, they are weak, insecure babies. And because people like myself, right? You have people like Huith, people like Naira, these smaller creators who shouldn't be able to fight back are fighting back, getting support. They have no recourse now because their whole approach was use your large platform to crush these other people. But if we simply do not care, then what can they do? What can they do? I remember last year, Smash JT did a video on me because Asmongold looked up my account and said he's upset. And he's like, oh, he killed my career. News to me. Like, it's amazing how much you can get done when you understand that these people are exceedingly insecure and they need their echo chamber. They need it. That's why Asmongold does not engage with anyone, any sort of intellectual level, which he couldn't. But that's why he doesn't do. That's why none of them want to do that. Smash JT went on Colin Moriarty and got fucking annihilated. No, sorry, he invited Colin to his channel and got fucking annihilated. There's a reason why these people don't. Actman destroyed Andy Pants. There's a reason why these people need their echo chambers. They need their sycophants to do their work for them. Asmongold has not responded to Birdman videos because he can't. And Birdman was so thorough that he even called out that he watches his video ahead of time to decide what he can and can't respond to. Because at one point in one of Birdman's videos about Asmongold, he says, notice how he has the URL already preloaded, which meant he had already seen this video. But it's acting as if first time he was watching it was on stream. He pre-watched it. And so when he pre-watches other videos that he can't do that to, he comes up with that's too long. But I can make a 40-minute response to a 2-minute thing about me. Basically, these guys are fucking bitch made. And I've been saying that forever. And now that other people are seeing it, look at how they have to do this shit. Fucking crashing out because you get called ugly. Crashing out because someone made fun of you. And a smaller account is ratioing you. You're still here while Smash is struggling to fund his self-inflicted fault. Exactly. And if someone tried to sue me, it'd be a slap suit. Because I have not gone after anyone maliciously to the point where I would use defamatory statements or anything that caused them financial harm. I can prove everything I say. I can prove every claim I made. They can't, which is why they're getting sued. I absolutely despise Ayaka Maz as well as a result of what he did. I have no idea who he is. But like this is why I make the content that I make. Because eventually you're going to start to see the cracks. And the fact that someone who has as much, unfortunate but it's true, as much pull as like Asmongold would even respond to like provocation from like a fucking Twitch streamer that has a concurrent so counter him lets you know how insecure they are, because they want to leverage their massive fan bases against smaller accounts. Like that's crazy. Hold on, I'm about to be mean real quick to think before you sleep. Let's do it live. No makeup, no filters, your turn. Can you take a picture without plastic surgery? Can we just look up think before you sleep? Yeah. Oh my god, I fucking hate that I get doxxed every goddamn day by myself. Can you take a picture with plastic surgery? There we go. Even someone's like, I think she's hot. She's crazy though. And this is oh, this is so perfect. Am I muted? No. This is exactly the same type of shit. The Instant Armor's website is absurd. Like, this is the type of shit, the same type of mentality as with what's going on with the James Bond thing, right? Which I talked about in my last video, which you guys liked. But in summation, they're fucking insane. Their eyes and brains just doesn't work. Like Denims is hot. Like it's so weird. It's so weird to pretend that she's not attractive. It's so weird to be like, oh, she's not hot. Yeah, let me say, can you take a picture with the plastic surgery too? Wait, did he get a ratio? He got 2,000 likes. She got 11. No ratio for you. Oh my god. Oh, pack it up. Pack it up. Like these guys are so fucking. It's like, it's hard for me to not be mean to them. It's hard to not be mean to them because they fucking deserve it. They go around unprompted going after people, and so then when they get it back, suddenly it's yeah, like it's literally, you're not like, the thing too is like, do your eyes not work? You guys always propose that you're super like hetero dudes and whatever. Denims is hot. You can say you don't like her political beliefs, but like you can say she's hot. Exactly. You don't like her, but you can say she's hot. Like it's fine. You can say that. You can say she thinks she's attractive. That's fine. But to try to be like oh well, she got plastic surgery. What? like what? Why are we? Like, and I'm not trying to reduce women to just their physical looks, obviously, but it'd be like, you don't like AOC, okay, but if you're gonna call AOC ugly, it's like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't get it. It's just, it's so fucking. I like Birdman and you both. Thank you. Also, I know he doesn't do like collabs and stuff, but I would absolutely want to just get on a stream with Birdman and just shoot the shit. And we're both Lakers fans, so I'm sure we'd have very strong opinions. All right, let's keep this shit going. Let's now that I've warmed you guys up for the last hour and 43 minutes. Hey, this is a complete topic. Have I played 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim? I have not. But you know what's funny? I was watching Daryl Talks Games, which is one of my favorite channels on YouTube. It's one of my favorite channels on YouTube. But he had a video. Like, I legit love this channel. But I watched this video today about games that are beyond comparison, and one of the games he mentioned was Aegis Rim. Have you heard about the Gacha discourse for last week original? Yes. I have heard about that. Let me get the video ready while I talk about that. I think it was Steve Asarch, or is it Steve? I think it's Stephen Asarch. But what I think about that is, here we go, right here. What I think about that, though, is it's completely stupid, first and foremost. There's more to it than just her leaving the internet for a bit, because she came back. Like, she's on. Let me big face this shit real quick. She's back on Twitter. It's just that her account is now locked. Where is it? There you go. So, like, her account is protected. So what happened with Gachakuda is these dumbasses were telling her that, hey, Kay, we have a whole Discord that's pirated your manga. Are you happy about that? Are you proud about that? And she was like, please don't do it. And they're like, too bad, we're gonna do it anyways. And then you had people who were using the official tag for this series for their fan art, and she was like, hey, could you guys not do that for like multitude of reasons? They're like, no, fuck you. So basically, she was getting a lot of aggression online on Twitter to the point when she left. And when she left, people tried to blame black people for her leaving. And that's like the long and short of it, right? Like, Chibi Reviews talking about it, he's a fucking piece of shit. You guys know that he's a piece of shit. But there's probably accounts that Chibi Reviews is not a good source. Here we go. Why the Gachakuda left X and then she came back. Okay, let's say the account deletion came shortly after a controversy involving a fan-made video related to the Gachakuda character Zanka. The controversy that reportedly prompted Kei's Urana's departure from Twitter began after she retweeted and praised the parody video inspired by character Jabber. Yes. In this clip, an Asian man recreated one of the character's dances using a leak attached to his head and a humor stand for Jabber's logs. While some fans view the videos as harmless fan content, others accuse it of being racially sensitive and criticized Urana for sharing it. The backlash quickly escalated, with many users directing harassment towards manga online because Urana was also known for actively engaging with her internet fan base. A rated by manga creators, she often found herself at the center of social media discourse, making her especially vulnerable online. And then here's like the backlash of parts of the canon, right? So like, I'll show you the video too, because the video is not even, it's not even bad. It's like, let's say Jabber video leak. Oh my god, no. The fuck? It's not even what I typed in. God, I hate this app so fucking much. I hate this app so fucking much. I saw the video. And it wasn't that bad. Like, it wasn't bad at all. It was just literally he had a leak around his head and he was just dancing. That's it. He was dancing to the zin 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 zin. Hey. By the way, Big Sean did that with Childish Gambino, which is crazy. Oh, I can't find the video. But yeah, that's what happened. And so a lot of people were trying to make it seem as if the backlash was coming from black fans and only black fans and black people and hood weebs. And that's the controversy. But ultimately, fans online, because fandoms are terrible, were being overly sensitive to something that was a non-issue. And she just deactivated and reactivated it. But now she has, protected her tweets. That's it. And the people who brought that on, Chibi Reviews, Madam Savage, yeah, of course they saw. Again, I could literally do an entire video about how the anime fandom is completely fucking broken and how most fandom interactions now strictly exist for engagement, much like other parts of the internet, but they use a very racialized like incentives to make their post. They will make it so that like every anime like shit stirrer on Twitter, all their stuff is just Japan and the East is perfect in every single way. And the people in the West, aka the place they also live in, are the worst fans ever. And they're trying to censor and destroy, and they don't deserve anything. Even though they're also part of anime fans in the West. Poor Kay, I wish she had better fans. She does have good fans. The problem is those aren't the ones harassing her. It is the losers. Like it always is. It's always the minority, the vocal minorities. And when it comes to situations like this, it's always them. Like as someone who's in both anime and fucking video games, I can tell you with experience and confidence that the people who do this shit are the worst kinds of fans, but they're not indicative of the larger fan base. You go to like conventions, you see where actual fans who love the creators and love the work, what they do, it's completely different. They're not here to just ceaselessly ridicule and attack creators for decisions and whatever. They're there to appreciate and uplift them. When I went to New York Comic Con, it was all love out there. Even I received personal love from people who watch my content. And I'm a small person. Well, not physically, but like I'm a small online presence. So even my small presence also attracts a lot of hate, but in real life, a lot of support. That's how it goes for the vast majority of creatives. But because they're normal people, they're not going to go on Twitter to attack the person they like. But these fucking freaks who only exist online, especially in this more radicalized version of the internet, they only know how to interact with somebody in the least socially acceptable ways. Because what kind of idiot tells the creator, hey, I'm stealing money from you. Are you okay that I'm stealing money from you? Because that's what they told her. They told her there was a fucking Discord for her series that they were doing, and they're saying it because it's not affordable in their region. And I'm like, that's not her issue. Like, yeah. Here we go.
The creator of Gotcha Kuda left X, but now has reactivated her account, but with no new tweets. Over the weekend, Urana reposted a video where Instagram user Boogie Zin can be seen wearing leeks tied to his head to cosplay Jabberwonger, a character from Gotcha Kuda with dreadlocks. Many of Urana's followers criticized the video for being racist, and by extension of that, Urana herself for sharing the video. Things escalated to the extent that only hours after Gotcha Kuda won Best New Anime at the Crunchyroll Anime Awards, Urana deleted her X account altogether.
Gotcha Kudo graffiti artist Hideyoshi Ando also left within 48 hours of this.
She has since reactivated the account to prevent impersonation on the X social media platform. The account is locked as of press time. This news story comes only months after a controversy surrounding the casting in the Gotcha Kuda stage play, where non-black actors had their skin darkened to play black characters. Urana would make a statement at the time claiming that she had wanted to cast black actors, but production told her it would be difficult to find fluent Japanese speakers who can perform in a stage play adaptation. Some productions have been able to accommodate this, however. For example, the casting of Joel Shohei as Miguel in the Jujutsu Kaisen Zero stage play. Prior to this, Urana also received backlash following her complimenting Helluva Boss and criticizing overseas manga piracy. Don't forget to follow Anime News Network for the latest on anime.
That's what we're dealing with here. That is the level of fucking stupidity. The Jabber video is nothing. It's a non-starter. It's not an issue. The fact that she doesn't control the casting. Listen, it's in fucking Japan. No, I'm not expecting them to have black characters in their stage plays. No one gives a fuck about the stage play outside of people in Japan. Let's be real. No one cares. But these were points that people could just use to attack. And because they utilize the stage play and Jabber, these losers like Chibi and Madame Savvy can say, well, it must have been black fans who were upset. It must have been black people who were upset. No. Because more often than not, we understand the situation. It'd be different if this is the stage play of Gotcha Kuda in America or like Europe, but no one's going to be mad that there's fucking Asian people playing these characters. Right? I don't care. But the fact that all of that what happened in such a short amount of time is stupid to me. These are non-controversies, but these people do not know how to interact with anybody outside of doing shit like this. Like you guys saw, they were mad at her for fucking congratulating Helluva Boss. They were mad at her because she doesn't want them pirating her work. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Kind of weird how Black Iron fans are getting blamed for Discord server pirating manga. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that manga pirating Discord server was like people from like fucking like South America. Like it wasn't even, but it literally is. And again, my video coming out tomorrow will go over this, but it's idpoll. It's which outgroup can we put the blame on, which would produce the most vitriol and give me the biggest response. Let's just say it's black anime fans. Because only black people could be offended by something that might be racist, which is a self-report by telling you that white people are okay with racism, but still, that is what they do. Like it's so fucking, it's so fucking funny to me, dog. It's so fucking funny to me. Like we can't ever just be like, people are weird. Like we can't just be like, these guys are strange. Like, no, it must be because they're black. All right. Hold on, wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He cleans. Wait, who did I block? What's your excuse then, ugly? He cleans up fairly well when he wants to. Dude talks about how ugly he thinks he is, but really he isn't a bad looking dude. These are edited photos. This is an edited photo. He still looks bad. Like, oh my God. This is the best picture you got, bro. Nigga looks like a medieval peasant. Like, come on, man. This is an edited picture of him. like, and the thing is too is like, you can't be like, it's not gay, and then just do the gayest shit afterwards. Like, I'm sorry, dog. Like, you can't. You can't. Like, it's so fucking. It's so. Wait, there was one other thing I found that was fucking hilarious. Besides the fact that the Chinese discovered Asmongold, is someone's response to him was, "You look like this Habsburger's corpse." Sorry, this Habsburg's corpse, which was a result of gratuitous inbreeding. And then someone went the extra mile and was like, oh. Oh, man. Oh, man. But this is what happens, dog. You're talking all this shit. And then he says and does all this stuff, and then look at him.
I mean, I'm going to bed at like fucking 1 a.m., 2 a.m. I mean, this is getting bad, guys. Like, on my day off, I washed my car and I did lawn work.
Which, by the way, is I think that's supposed to be him telling people like he does strenuous activities like washing your car and taking care of your lawn, because that's probably the most work he actually does.
Fed the birds.
You fed birds.
And I'm stressing out, boys.
Like, even if he wants to say he's playing a character, you're a multi-millionaire and you're stressing out because you fed birds and washed your car? Those are stressors for you? John Everyman, Mr. Relatable here?
I'm stressing out. What's going on? Like, we gotta do something about this. Like, I have to, like, I don't know. I don't know what I need to do. It's gotta be something. I gotta figure something out. They're expiring? I guess so. And become a eunuch? Fuck it. I guess so. Damn, Unc got them.
Asmongold starts stressing, realize he's 36 and doesn't have a girlfriend. That's the setup for that. But I was like, it's so fucking funny to me. It's also equally funny that this post right here got so many people just absolutely fucking ratioing him. This is gayer than having sex with a man. Would you prefer a male companion? Okay, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Man, that is the gayest I've ever heard of, and I'm a transgender lesbian. And then obviously just showing his face. Throwing this out there, have you considered that you might be gay? Men are naturally more attractive than women. Shut the fuck up and go take a shower, bro. I'm a trans porn star, and even I think this is gay as fuck. Stavros broke this man's soul with a throwaway bit. Me, when I'm a woman, I'm a chop chub without makeup. Like, it's... I suck dicks, and yet I've never said anything this gay. Girls, I'm bored. Let's put our phones down and go outside. There are gay porns that's gay than this. Peak aesthetic form. Oh, I didn't even see this fucking loser. Here we go. You guys are getting it. You're getting the tech-tone voice. You ready? Well, I gotta feel like I'm dumb. This should not be controversial. Yeah, there's a reason why one gender has to use 8 pounds of mud on their face, make half their body plastic, and use AI filters to even make you want to talk to them. Guess which? Which is also funny because his last girlfriend, he literally paid for her to get lip fillers. So, like, weird, huh? Weird how he's against it when he's actively participating in it. I wonder why he didn't mention her name. Wonder what happened with that. Because he has to always glaze Asmongold, by the way. Which is also, it's so, he's so pathetic. I love how pathetic these people are. It's so awesome. It's so awesome, dude. So back when there was no AI plastic surgery filters, women just weren't that attractive. Are you and Asma preparing for Pride Month or something? Why is Wii U trending? I don't know. I don't know. I just thought this was funny. I just think it's funny that like he's just getting fucking ratioed. You will never feel the gentle caress of your lover as the morning sun pulls through the window, Zach, and that is entirely your fault. You are rotting, your body and your soul, and it's by your own hand. No pussy for you, mold boy. Naira, needing to state that this isn't gay while saying how you find men naturally more attractive than women is kind of funny, especially when you look like a rotting corpse. I look better and I leave the house. It's always two dumb gay bitch Nazi bitches telling each other exactly. Oh yeah, because Nick Fuentes was like, I agree. Oh my god. Be me, straight man. Gayest shit I ever read in my life, still straight. Law and Order bit. I'm not gay. This is hold on. You have to hear this.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women, sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
But obviously does not mean you're gay, but like we're having fun here, right? But as you can see, the comments did not go his way. Once it gets out of his echo chamber, this is what happens. This is what happens. When it gets out when it gets out of their echo chamber, right? And they can't control the narrative, this is how people will talk to them. This is how people, that's me. This is literally what people think of them. Me when I'm in denial about literally being gay, like this is how normal, regular people, President gay, this is how normal, regular people will treat these people, which is why they have to go into the echo chambers. Which for this guy in particular, not this one. Here we go. This is his echo chamber. I'm gonna get some more water, and then we're gonna watch this video. I'll keep the captions on so you guys can like follow through and shit. But give me a second. All right. So this is Stephen A. Stark's video about, his audience. So got a lot of notifications on my phone. Let me mute that. I'm glad at least some people are ratioing Asmongold and calling him out for absolute know-nothing for all he totally is, which brings me quite little yet valuable bit of sanity here, I must say. Yeah, again, that's why I do this shit. Not just me, but that's why I do it. We have to, I told you guys at this point a year ago, some change ago, like I'm going to keep my foot on people's necks because we have to. You can't let up.
Gold is the undisputed Roach King of Twitch.
If I had my way, I would disenfranchise 85% of the population instantly. You cannot trust people that can't come to the conclusion that there are two genders. At the end of the day, they want to come off on the side of illiterate, un-American immigrant Somalians rather than actual Americans.
Every day.
Because actual Americans are super literate and have great literacy rates.
Tens of thousands of people watch and play video games, doom scroll on X, and talk about politics.
I don't need to understand whatever article you want me to read. All I need to understand is human psychology and incentives.
For the average person that doesn't know much about live streaming or World of Warcraft, they know who Asmongold is because of clips like those.
I don't think that I do have a lack of empathy. It's just that I have a moral compass. It just doesn't point north.
That's an insane thing to say, by the way. I don't think I have a lack of empathy. It's just my moral compass doesn't point north. Meaning he in fact lacks empathy. He doesn't have morals.
Digital culture reporter for the past decade, studying every facet of Twitch, YouTube, and influencer culture. And I've watched Asmongold go from a fairly small World of Warcraft guide creator into the largest political creator on a lot of platforms.
If I had my way, I would disenfranchise 85% of the population instantly. I would take away their right to vote.
And I wanted to know why. When I watch Asmongold, I just get uncomfortable.
Think about how close Kamala Harris came to winning the presidency, and then tell me that democracy is a good idea.
Things he says are so explicit and over the top that they really don't make sense to me.
Islamophobia is real, actually. It's not. It's not real. Always freak out.
Like, that's you're gonna hear me say this a lot, but that's insane to say that Islamophobia is not real. We've been in a post 9/11 world. We have, and the Department of Homeland Security is a direct outcome of this, which increased Islamophobia to such a degree that you had people wanting to quit going to school. Some people quitting their professional careers, like NFL players, to join the military to specifically go attack Iraq. Like, it's like, to be like, it's not Islamophobia when there are people who are like, he says this shit when they call it like Zoran Mamdanistan. Like, they literally call New York Mamdanistan. Like, they literally call it Mamdanistan. All right, they call it Mamdanistan. Pro-terrorist Democrat socialist Zoran Mamdani wins. Like, they call it Mamdanistan, dog. And now we use it as like a little tongue-in-cheek, but that's what they were literally calling it. Every time we type in New York, they talk about like Sharia law, right? We don't want Sharia law. We don't want Sharia law in New York. Today, Congressman Randy Fine introduced the Protecting Puppies from Sharia Act. NYCLU statement on planned anti-Sharia rallies. And like, it's just because he is Muslim. That's it. So to say that Islamophobia doesn't exist, Mamdani and the left's alliance with radical Islam, like, to say that Islamophobia doesn't exist, just another point in the column of Asmongold being a fucking dumbass who knows nothing. And yes, I am jealous of people who get to live in Mamdanistan. All right? That does low-key go hard. And like the shit that like Ilhan Omar goes through for being a Somali and Muslim, Rashida Tlaib, and you want to say Islamophobia doesn't exist? Stupidity. Is Randy Fine the J6 who smeared bacon on the Quran? I think so. New Yorker who probably voted for Mamdani and would vote for him again. Listen, I voted for Mamdani and I don't live in New York. I love him so much that I cast illegal votes from California, to see that he could become the new mayor. Because I want to globalize Intifada.
Always melt down, always overreact, and never leave your opponent any breathing room ever.
So I spent the past 6 months investigating Asmongold, figuring out why people like him. So I went directly to his viewers, a lot of whom I spoke to on X, and a few even agreed to Discord calls with me. What I learned is that the average Asmongold viewer is a complex individual who doesn't understand why the world is the way it is, but blames
the common Asmongold viewer does not understand why the world is the way it is. They are easily startled by information and at moments act violently whenever they are confronted with the reality of the worlds. That's my National Geographic voice.
EI and women for the problems that they experience. They are full of distrust and hate, but I think there's still hope here because even in Asmongold's like disgusting diatribe, there are some pieces that I agree with.
$5 or $10 million should be the amount of money that you should be looking at people that have more than that and being like, why aren't you paying more and why aren't you giving out more of your money?
And it takes like that. It takes like that though that give him a smidgen of cover because people can but I've only seen him say stuff like this where he'll have, and it's like, you know, a broken clock, right? Where it's like, yeah, at one instance you say that you think people who make over X amount of money should be paying more in taxes. Okay. But then at that very next moment, here you are talking about like, if we have illegal immigrants coming in or take up all their resources. And it's like, how do you not understand the two are related? Like, those rich people are able to have wealth because they are taking migrants, not paying them, not giving them papers so they can not pay them, and they're making exploitable class. Like, if you want the top to pay, then you have to make sure there's no exploitable bottom. God, that came out so wrong. Let me rephrase that. You have to make sure there's not a class of people they can continuously exploit. If you strengthen the lower class, if you strengthen the migrant class to where they have proper documentation, so where they do have protections, you cut into their money. Now you have a way where you can have leverage because they can't just keep going to other countries, pulling people in without paperwork and making them work for pennies pennies an hour, right? And then you can tax them at a higher rate because what are they going to do? They can't make that up anywhere else. Like, you have to look at it holistically. You can't just be like, yeah, millionaires should get taxed more, but also we shouldn't have social goods. We shouldn't have social safety nets. We shouldn't have these base protections. Like, insane.
So thanks for coming and welcome to my channel. This is Stephen A. Starch Talks.
Again, whenever you have somebody, I saw his tweet, 4,000.
TTB and documentary win. You guys do not want to see me try to do a documentary. It'd be 7 hours of me saying something I could have said in an hour.
Followers journalists crashing out because Asmongold fans don't want to talk. What's this? Let me pull it up. About a month or so back, I asked any Asmongold fans to meet me in the real world. What?
The fact that he's so confused, like, real world, my fans don't go in public. No fan of mine would ever meet someone in the real world. What are you talking about?
What?
They have like a perception of him like he's like some sheltered hermit, like Jedi wizard that knows everything in the world, despite him not actually interacting with it.
I genuinely believe there are people here for his gaming takes, and I'm so worried that they're getting radicalized by Twitch's most powerful and least researched streamer. Let's go ahead and research. Let's look this person up and see what they've said about me.
Yeah.
He can't even say the word research. Okay, let me go. I'm sorry. Let me go look this person up.
It would be poor research because he's not doing any research at all. He's literally just picking up a video and watching it.
So there's not even a single actual criticism that this person has for me.
When I hear...
By the way, I hate so much that people think the totality of someone's online presence is just what did they post on Twitter? Especially when they are content creators who have either like videos or like a Substack, or like they are, like in this case for Stephen, like actual published journalist, to be like, oh, well, he doesn't have a single Twitter is not a place to have fucking profound critiques on individuals. It's for hot takes, and if you want more, you come to my page, come to my channel, subscribe to my thing, and you'll find out the totality of my idea on this. But to look at someone's Twitter page and just go like, oh man, this is all they have, it's like, obviously not. Obviously not.
Asmongold saying, provocative, intense things like, I don't know, certain groups of people need to be put in a mental institution or
if he doesn't express that much empathy for people dying, you know, things like that. I'm not listening because I necessarily share that exact belief system as he does.
I'd love to go for trust, and I don't write hit pieces. I try to write my stories from a place of understanding. The understanding is basically saying that I'm an edgelord and I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, sure.
Which is what he has stated himself. He has stated that he doesn't do fucking research.
Yeah, obviously nobody's going to engage with that. Definitely.
So, who is Zach Hoyt, known as Asmongold? Born in Austin, Texas in 1990, Asmongold grew up in relative poverty, with two parents who really struggled to get by.
Things could have been worse for me, but yeah, we were very poor. Like, she made under poverty, like, every year, basically. I grew up in a house where my mom never really had a job, and we grew up in poverty. And my dad helped me out a bit, and he made sure that the lights stayed on, but that was about it.
He was obsessed with video games from a young age. In a rare interview from 2016, he tells a story of how he was running around with his friends pretending to be Halo Spartans, and that's where the name came from, and it just stuck. Asmongold never really wanted to do anything in life. He never...
What a surprise. What a surprise. What a surprise that he had no aspiration. It's almost as if he's a very simple person to read, and people like to put this mystique around him. Like I've been saying prior to this video, it's very obvious this is a man who just lucked into something. This is not a man who has intentions, who plans things out, who has goals. This is a man who just simply wants to exist. Like existence is the maximum thing he can do.
Really had any aspirations for anything grander than what he had. He describes his existence as just something that he did in order to get by. Video games were his main focus, and he wanted to do anything so that he didn't have to get a real job.
That was one of the reasons why I didn't have a job, is I didn't want one. Like, all I really wanted to do was collect government welfare and jerk off and play video games.
And yet he's the same person who would say other people are fucking lazy and they don't want to work hard and they just want to collect on government, do resources. Like, but when he was doing it, that was a good aspiration. But if other people want to do that, can't do that.
As a dork slash nerd slash gamer myself, it's something I entirely understand. I got started in journalism writing guides for League of Legends because I didn't want to have
I never got into League of
work.
Legends.
So I entirely relate to Asmongold on that point. Asmongold had a few jobs. He worked for the IRS and a few other smaller places. But his real love was World of Warcraft. It was a game that he dedicated his whole life to. He became one of the best warriors in the entire game and decided it would be a good idea to post YouTube guides on how to be the best warrior and stuff like that. His channel gained some success, but not too much. He was still very niche for a while.
I was making WoW YouTube videos, and then they said you should stream, and then I started streaming. That's exactly it. It worked really well. It did. I mean, my stream popped off immediately. Like, I immediately started doing well, and so like I was like totally locked in on this. And that's all I would do.
But after enough time on YouTube, he was able to make enough to survive.
Is that the reason why I dropped out? Is that I was making $1,500 a month, and I was like, okay, well, I can make a living on $1,500 a month. Why would I need more than $1,500 a month?
Which is insane to me because, like, it wasn't like he did this shit in 1990s. I don't know where. I guess Texas has a lower. I don't know where you can live. You can't in California for $1,500 a month, like $15 a month.
It wasn't until 2019.
That's if you work bi-weekly, that's $750 a paycheck.
Of Warcraft Classic came out, which took
like,
the game.
You're not buying groceries.
Roots of just endless grinding, where you don't need to accomplish anything in your life. You just need to play World of Warcraft all day. That Asmongold really soared in viewership. He became the main World of Warcraft streamer, and his
Wait, what was that? What was that?
Audience
list
ballooned in viewership in your life. You just need to play World of Warcraft all day. That Asmongold really soared in viewership. He became the main.
Tfue, Ninja, Gauls. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know who Gauls is. I don't know who Monteblanc is, or whatever fuck their name is.
Main World of Warcraft streamer, and his audience ballooned in popularity.
And 2010 is really cheap. Bro was at the right place at the right time for wild content. He really just got lucky with. That's what I'm saying though. Like, and people are gonna see this to come with me being a hater, which fair, but also it's true. He lucked into this. He wasn't like super creative. He just lucked into it. He just lucked into this. There's no thought behind this. There's no intentionality. Like, you can see other streamers put like a thought on how they're gonna grow. And while I don't agree with the vast majority of their tactics, like clipping and all what have you, you can at least see like the intention. He just got lucky.
Have a vermin problem? Hi.
A lot of people found him during this time, including
Alan Hawkswood,
a 43-year-old Australian who loved World of Warcraft.
I don't necessarily watch all these videos. I kind of dip in and out. Look, I think in a lot of the, I probably didn't watch him for the first few years. It's probably only really after he became big.
Alan, we spoke for about 40 minutes and seemed like a very lonely man. He has people he knows from work, but all of his friends are people he knows online.
I have very small friend group of true friends that I've been with for 20 plus years, but that is essentially the only friends I really have. Alan
says he lives like Asmongold, a fairly gross individual. I think, you know, he made jokes at the time about having a dead rat that would smell when the sun came up, so he knew it was time to wake up.
The thing is, I used to use a dead rat as an alarm clock, actually, for my stream, because basically what happened was whenever the sun would come up, it would start cooking the corpse of the rat.
And he had...
And the thing, though, too, is this is why I never gave them the cover. Oh, he's just playing into a character. He's just doing this and doing that. Because you've seen how he lives. It's not like... Okay, remember like Boogie, what, 2398, what his name was? How he would play the character Francis? How he was like a whiny, entitled baby? Like, at least you're like, okay, he's playing a different character. He's playing up a character. Or he's doing this. Or even like Dr. Disrespect, how like the doc is probably different than Guy Beam. I hope so. But you can tell they're playing characters. He never did anything close to that. Like, you saw his home. He has a clip going around. He has a roast calling on him. He had a clip where he was talking with his dad and then like Tectone's dad on their Steak and Eggs podcast. And they were like saying, yeah, their rooms are fucking gross. This isn't like a bit, right? So like when he says like he had a blood wall or he had a dead rat alarm clock, yeah, it's probably true.
Bits of blood smeared on his wall from his poor hygiene, and his room was relatively disgusting.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I essentially live the same way. I can see, what, 5 cans, empty cans right now, 2 coffee bottles, there's clothes on the floor, you know, what's the name? I'm a messy person, so I don't judge him for his hygiene.
I don't take pride living in garbage or not. It's simply something that I don't care about.
Which is so stupid, because that means, how do you not care about that? You know what I mean? Like, you can't be like, I don't take pride, I just don't care about it. You obviously have an opinion on it. You don't want to clean up. You were talking how you don't like to shower. You do take pride in being filth. You call yourself the Roach King.
He lives in squalor and hates immigration, which he says doesn't make him a bad person. It's because he's Australian.
What's that place with the kangaroos? They couldn't get rid of them. What's it called? Not Arizona. It's something like that. Australia.
Things like the Great Replacement Theory / replacing the population obviously appeals a little bit more to me because I believe it is a possibility for us, unfortunately.
It's so funny to be like spot on about Asmongold's viewership, where it's a lot of foreigners who believe in the Great Replacement Theory, who are losers like him, and that's what they connect with him. Because he even said that he didn't even watch lots of his videos, not until he got big. But he likes his shit because he talks about the Great Replacement Theory. Because Asmongold also doesn't like immigrants. And that's what he's connecting with them on.
But he's also pro-fascism.
I think, once again, as you said, the pro-fascism. But once again, in Australia, in certain regards, I still believe 100% we need fascism.
And Asmongold was just there for him. He watched him multiple hours a day while he was working. Asmongold was just part of his life.
I am very different to a lot of normal people. His political takes, in a sense, I probably agreed with, say, 90% of them. In a sense, he became a news source.
In a world where streamers were standing in like...
If you agree with 90% of what someone says, you're fully in line with them. Like, I don't know how else to tell you. 90%. What, you think the other 10% doesn't go far enough? You said you like the great replacement theory. But another point I wanted to mention out here is, notice how he was like, Asmongold was there for him. Imagine someone telling you they have Nazi ideology. They are warming up to fascism. And then they're like, oh yeah, my favorite content creator I love is like TTB in gaming. Like, they would not be in my audience, right? Because they would not feel welcomed in this audience. Because the stuff I talk about or how I talk about it would let you know that I'm probably not okay with that shit. So I would not be a good place to go to for that. But the fact that someone like this feels at home in Asmongold's audience speaks to what myself and like Crimes New Rome was talking about in his pipeline video. It speaks to that idea where if you aren't strong in like setting the boundaries, like, hey, this is how we operate, you allow for these people to feel like they are just as welcomed as, say, like a queer person or a trans person, some kind of minority. That's why I make it very clear. Like, no one in my audience is pro-fascist, right? No one in my audience is like transphobic. No one in my audience hates black people because they would not be comfortable here at fucking all. His audience feels comfortable saying and doing this shit because that's who he courts.
Fancy houses and being superstars. There was Asmongold sitting in his filth, talking about how he just wants to play World of Warcraft all day and hang out. The money and the fame never got to him. He's still the same disgusting gremlin that he was when he was still making just a few guides for a few $1,000s.
See, but he doesn't have to wear the I'm holier than thou veneer because of, obviously, he lives in squalor. Doesn't turn around and say, you know, I'm better than you.
And remember what I said earlier, if you weren't here, don't worry, I got you, where I said that a lot of his audience falls for his aesthetics of being this disgusting, gross person, this veneer of that, because they believe that to be more honest. He's not holier than thou. But look at how they view that. If they think him being disgusting and not showering and living in squalor is him being honest, then literally any other streamer would be considered talking down to them. Like, I would be considered like holier than thou to them because I'm not having roaches crawling all over my body.
After his 2019 explosion, Asmongold started to diversify into different spaces. He co-founded OTK with a few of his friends, and Mythic Talent, a talent agency. He started a podcast and really started to expand outside of just his niche. And
regular dude, regular man. See, Hassan's nasty and disgusting because he's a rich guy and he has podcasts and he wears expensive things. He's not like Mr. John Everyone who has multiple companies, who founded 3 companies.
Really exploded in 2022 during the Amber Heard trial, when all of these commentary streamers were reacting every single...
Hold on. I tried to explain this to my brother who is an Asmon fan, that he attracts Nazis. He doesn't get it and just says that Asmon can't control who watches him. He can, though. You can send your brother one of my videos on Asmongold if you want. You can control who watches you. Not to like, not like literally like come watch my stuff, but you create your audience. If you have Nazi tendencies, you're going to attract people who are also okay with Nazi tendencies. If you are, let's say you fucking hate black people. Like you're Chud the Builder. You are not going to follow, maybe in real life, but you're not going to follow a bunch of black content creators. Conversely, a lot of black content creators aren't going to attract Nazis unless they specifically talk, like Myron Gaines, for example, Fresh and Fit. He attracts Nazis because he sig hails. Like it's bullshit. By the way, when you see creators go like, I can't control who watch me. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you absolutely can. Like when you see people who go and do awful, terrible acts, and they'll be like, yeah, I watched lots of Fox News. I was listening to this Fox News report about how there's Somali. I was following Nick Shirley and how he exposed these Somalians. So I went and shot him up. You understand how that happens. You don't look at it and go like, how could it have gone this way? You wouldn't see someone who is like, oh, I love game theory so much. I'm a huge MatPat fan, which is why I blew up a school bus. Because that's not radicalizing content. That isn't a creator that puts out content that would foment that kind of sentiment amongst his audience. Was I the only person who didn't give a shit about the Depp Heard trial? I didn't watch or read it. I didn't really care about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial either. That's why I didn't cover it. But I did hear about it. So I was like, oh, okay, I looked into it. But I wasn't super into it. Like, yeah, Asmund creates a community where not just feel safe to say their values and share them. It's so simple to me. And I think some Asmund fans are in denial, but also probably racist too. I'm going to show you guys later on. There's a clip of Asmongold straight up saying that he wants to be a funnel to Nick Fuentes. So they can't really deny that.
Single day to what was going on with Amber Heard because they desperately needed content and they didn't want to have to think for themselves.
Here we go. Let's do it.
Damn.
Oh my God. This is bad, man.
Lots of different content creators, including people who had never covered anything remotely like this before, all started covering this at the same time from the position of that narrative and getting millions of views from it.
This is not your home, invader.
Zenbane found Asmongold through these Amber Heard clips.
I wasn't even watching the trial. I thought the whole concept was stupid myself when I had heard that it was, people were watching it. But I just happened to click on it. I think it was because the thumbnail or something just kind of caught my attention. It was good clickbait, I suppose. I don't know. His reactions were funny. Watching Johnny Depp, the way they clipped him was funny.
Zenbane said his great-great-great-grandmother was a school teacher in Mexico, and she came here properly. So she's a good immigrant. But all these bad
I got here the proper way.
They're the
I came here the proper way.
Worse.
She didn't come here jobless and try to live here, illegally. There is no illegal immigration in my family. And this might even be controversial to say, but any disparity we're going to feel throughout life, that it's going to come more so from our own people than from someone outside of our culture. So, but essentially, if we define what happens when we say that was racist, right? Someone says a bad slur, someone beats you up, or just someone prevents you from advancing in life at a job, like any of those things you're going to experience, we're going to, as Hispanics, we're going to most likely experience those more from other Hispanics than from someone who's black or white.
He described as...
Listen, I'm not Hispanic. I'm a non-Hispanic black. I'm African. So I can't speak to that in sort of authority. Man, that sounds kind of wrong. Just because if we're talking about being a minority in this country, how many times are you going to see a person in a position of power to, discriminate against you or whatever, be Hispanic? Like, I feel like. But again, I can't speak to that to any sort of authority. I'm not Hispanic, but that just seems kind of like sometimes it do be your own people, but like not in like the corporate financial sense most often than not because of the systems at play. But
Asmongold as a street preacher.
I'm going to use Sasanic as an example. He's more like trying to come across like the Pope. Everyone should listen to me, whereas Asmongold is the wacky homeless guy on the side of the road, holding the mic, holding the Bible and just screaming his interpretation of the Bible.
I think after,
which is such an insane thing to be like, this is a good quality too. Like, if you're going to say Hassan is the Pope, and then there's a homeless man screaming about the Bible, just who do you think might have more authority when talking about religion? The fucking Pope Or the homeless man rambling on the corner about the end of days. Like, in this analogy, but this is the mind of an Asmongold fan, that it's more credible or more relatable to talk to and take news from the homeless man rambling than someone who's like, well, I'm the Pope. I've had years of study in theology. This, and the third. Because these people hate any sort of education. They hate anyone who's educated. It's the same reason people like Joe Rogan. They intentionally like dumb people. They intentionally like people who do not espouse any sort of consistency in their ideology because they think that's more real and relatable. But that makes no fucking sense. Like, why would in this analogy would you make the person you're trying to bolster be the obvious weaker of the two? Like, holy shit, we're in such an anti-intellectual environment. Like, it's not like he's trying to compare, like, fucking Socrates to Diogenes, right? I don't think even know who Diogenes is, but I don't think they're trying to compare those two. So to be like the homeless man is the guy, the homeless man rambling on the corner in the microphone, talking about the end of days. I would rather listen to him than the Pope on the topic of like religion or Catholicism. I just can't understand that.
Amber Heard, Asmongold sort of felt invulnerable. Like he could say anything and get away with it because his community absolutely loved it. If you look at during this time, he starts working with Clippers to grow into a massive phenomenon. Every single one of his YouTube videos were pulling in millions of views. So his streams were getting tens of thousands of views, and then his YouTube videos were getting even more views, and he just grew and grew from there. But eventually, all of that incredibly toxic diatribe leaked out of his community into the wider space. In 2024, he was banned from Twitch for a brief period.
Thanks for subscribing.
Palestinians as
terrible people. These people are not your ally.
I don't listen to teachings of religion. Right, but in this example, if you had to listen to that teachings, would you choose the person who clearly doesn't know anything or someone who has some experience and knowledge about the topic? Like that's what we're getting at. That's what they're talking about. Like they would rather get their news from Asmongold than Hasan. Even though Hasan has degrees in this, which gives you a much more educated viewpoint on things than some fucking dumbass who doesn't know anything, who literally does no research.
They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity.
Like even this whole diatribe here, when he talks about like how Palestinians are inferior, it kills people for their identity, as if that doesn't happen in America. As if that doesn't happen in America. Like that's what people are talking about. He's so unaware and so unknowledgeable about the way the world works that he thinks that this is something unique to Palestinians. The Palestinian culture is inferior because it kills people for identity. But we've never lynched black people in America. We've never killed people for being gay in America. Those things have never happened. We've never killed people for identities in this country because we're good and wholesome. Like Jesus Christ, Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma massacre. Fucking Black Wall Street. Like there's so many things that we've done in this country specifically on the grounds of someone's identity.
And it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
From there, he did apologize somewhat, saying,
I said something about it that was disgusting. I think that I've been slowly devolving into the most mean-spirited, I don't really even know what the word is for it. Just like the most mean-spirited, rude, like nasty.
Didn't the Nazis look at the U.S. doing a minority? Yes. The Nazis, Hitler and his crew looked at race relationships in America between blacks and whites and used that as the blueprint. 2 suspects. Nothing makes me wetter than rotting anti-hygienetics. You'll love this guy then, who always looks like he's sweating.
like just callous, psychopathic version of myself. I think that I've been devolving into that.
Since then, Asmongold has basically
That's sarcasm. Yeah, I know. Listen. I know what sarcasm is.
proven that he's learned nothing. He is just saying whatever the hell he wants. Asmongold's cut ties with OTK and Mythic, though he did clean his room.
And clean out the entire thing. Clean out everything. Clean out like all the desks. I even got the vacuum cleaner.
But around this time is when I really started to have a fascination into Asmongold. I kept seeing all of those clips, all of those horrifying things he said.
Say it the way I think it is. That's it. I say it the way it is. Anybody thinks I'm racist out of their fucking mind. So if they think that, they crazy. Fuck them. Who cares? What you're saying is very true. People are gonna take this out of context, turn it into something.
And this is something, again, that he always does. It's trying, hey, I just tell it how it is. So if you think I'm racist, that's on you. What? So because these are the thoughts that are in your head, they cannot be in any way, shape, or form bigoted. So when you say shit like, for example, let me do this real quick. Like, he says some shit about how women can go back to being like whores or whatever. And I'm like, so when you say something like that, that's not you being misogynistic or anything like that? Like, that's not misogyny? That's not anything? Because you just said it from your fucking dome? Oh, no, I think did I not save it? I always do this. I think about it and then I just don't fucking keep it. God damn it. Like, okay, this is not the same one, but it's the same kind of tone, right? It's everybody always talking about hoeflation, but it's actually the opposite. I used to be able to go to GameStop or Target and see hot bitches working every day. Now it's just hogs. Why? Because those girls at home doing OnlyFans now instead of working, which OnlyFans is working. But so you say something like this, and that's not any form of misogyny. It's not informed by any of your worldview. That's just telling it like it is. You're not misogynistic. You're not a bigot. You're not sexist. You're not racist. When you say shit like that, when you say shit about Palestinians being inferior, that's not you being racist. Oh, because he also said Islamophobia doesn't exist. So therefore he can't be racist against Palestinians because Islamophobia is not real, because what he said. Like,
The name? Good. I'll look forward to it. It's a new YouTube video for me tomorrow.
His lines on what is fair and what isn't are really confusing. Weirdly enough, he does believe that a universal basic income is a good thing and that you should help the poor.
I think it's okay if they want to buy.
Again, how the fuck is Emeru stay friends? This guy, I guess he's just to lose his point. Yeah, because it doesn't affect their money. Like, I have done videos talking about what's happened to Emeru and what she's, and also what she's done. When I talk about somebody, let's say they're a victim of something, like Emeru was a victim of assault at Twitch, right? I talked about that. To me, that doesn't negate like who they are as people, but I can still recognize the situation. I don't think anyone in OTK gives a shit about what Asmongold says or does unless it affects them financially. Like, that's my honest to God assessment. They don't care. They don't care. They have their echo chambers that will support them no matter what. So as long as Asmongold doesn't continuously fuck up their money, they don't give a shit. Emeru could be friends with him because it doesn't matter.
Cookies with food stamps, because in my opinion, it's just cookies, man. Let a person have a little bit of dignity.
He doesn't like immigrants. He doesn't like people. He doesn't care for anyone.
I remember that tweet. It was talking about how AI women was, how AI was taking jobs away from women, and like it removes that fake disparity, and now they can go back to being like prostitutes or like housewives. That's what he was tweeting about.
That is outside of his own bubble.
The West has a huge problem that we have an infection and we refuse to admit that there's a problem.
There is clearly a problem, there is clearly an affliction, and there is also clearly a solution. But they don't want to talk about that because it might make them feel bad. That has to stop.
And when you're watching someone 8 hours a day,
That's just Nazi
that
shit
sort
right
of
there.
diatribe really infects who you are as a person. So I decided I needed to figure out who watches Asmongold. So in December of 2025, I put out a tweet saying, if you live in New York City, I would love to talk to you. And I got hundreds of responses, all of which said, absolutely not. Some of them said I was trying to make a trap, that I was going to record them, even though I said it was going to be an off-the-record talk. I just wanted to figure out who they were, and they
So
all
paranoid.
hated the idea so much. I also got a lot of valuable answers. People seem to love Asmongold.
I can tell you why. Despite his hygiene, which only harms himself, he routinely tells his viewers to not emulate or live like himself or his family. He has extremely common sense takes and conclusions regardless of if you disagree with opponents or not. Criminals are being criminals, lock them up. They are violent criminals with seeming zero chance of normality, lock them up for life or rope them. Like this is not common sense. These are insanely delusional stances. These are not common sense stances at all. Criminals are being criminals, lock them up. No. What are we defining as criminal behavior? Now, this is someone, me, who has a degree in this shit. So I have a little bit more authority on this topic. To say that criminals are being criminals, my video sounds a bit low. To say that criminals are being criminals means nothing. Because you know what was a crime back in the day? Jaywalking. Littering. I pirated a movie. I'm breaking laws. So I should be locked up. Oh, or maybe someone stole some food to eat. So lock them up. Why not address the root causes? Because crime is not something that happens randomly. There are factors that precipitate crimes. Like it's not just a thing that just, they're criminals. People aren't just criminals. Criminals don't exist. It's laws. Laws make you criminals or not. It would be criminal for someone to, for example, back in the day, to have freed a slave. Because slaves are considered property. So it'd be breaking the law. You should lock up someone from freeing a slave? There's no morality at play. There's no nothing there. Just lock them up. They are violent criminals with seemingly zero chance of normality. Lock them up for life or rope them. Again, what do you mean by violent crimes? People think violent crime is just like stabbing someone or murder. There's other types of violent crimes too. And some of those crimes may be in the passion. Some of those crimes may be in defense. But for this person, it's just like, they have zero chance for normality. What does that mean, by the way? They're not normal? Normal just means something that's common. It doesn't mean it's right. It's just things that happens. Like, guess what? It's normal for people to poop, but it doesn't mean I get to just shit on myself or shit wherever I want, right? It's normal though. Like there's things beyond this. Judges or outside individuals interfering with the obvious lockup of criminals. Like, what is the obvious lockup? Like, doesn't make any sense. Immigrants entering illegally, send them back. Immigrants committing violent crime, let me turn the captions on for a second. Send them back. Nice option, rope them. Mean option, or lock them up for life. Mid option. Your options are send them back, kill them, or incarcerate them forever for the crime of trespassing. That's what ultimately illegal immigration is. It is trespassing. Like, these are not common sense. These are not common sense takes at fucking all.
Because they love to spend time with someone who is genuine. The fact that he is someone real, that
he gives very common sense. It always says common sense. These aren't common sense. You guys are just fucking stupid. Like, his audience is full of dumb people, which is why they think it's common sense. Like, he gives very common sense takes, in my opinion. People that call him far right are actually coming from an extremely far position, in my opinion. Dude is humble, a multimillionaire who still lives in his childhood home. Guy speaks his mind and is usually open to critique. He is not open to critique. What are you talking about? he is not open to critique. Famously so. Which is why he goes to his echo chamber. Dude is humble. No, he's not either. Like this is another thing. This is another thing people would do too. And I know, and I know that people might think I'm getting too much into it, but in our society, right, in this culture, we have a thing when it relates to whiteness, and where we try to make it the most sanitized or the most like gentlest thing out there, where Asmongold can go on stream and talk about how much money he has and how he's so big and how he can crush all these people and how he'll keep farming them and he'll do all these things. And they will say he's being humble. That is not humble. But when white people do certain things, they get away with it. If I talk about, damn, I'm pretty good, I'm pretty smart, I'm pretty great, they're like, this guy's cocky. He's so arrogant. He's so this. But if Asmongold says the same exact things, it's just common sense. Like, no, he's not humble. And because he still lives in his childhood home, so fucking what? So because he's a multi-millionaire who still lives at home, that's why you like him? But if he was not a multi-millionaire, would that be a problem? Like, it makes no fucking sense. Stop playing the video. Hey, Specs, this is how this works. This is how this works. I can pause and talk whenever I want. Right? I can pause and talk whenever I want. This is my time now. So if you don't like that, you can go to Steven's video, watch it all the way through without my commentary. We're not gonna do this backseating anymore. This is your last chance. But again, they fall for this whole like, oh, but he still lives in his childhood home. So what? So what?
Someone you could hang out with, that he doesn't seem like he's faking it. And I don't necessarily believe that's a good thing for...
Again, I'm a fan when it comes to his gaming content or non-political stuff. He's a talented entertainer, and his gaming actions are often really fun to watch. He's a standard caricature of a gamer, not some LA yacht streamer. Like, this is... whenever he starts talking politics, though, I tune out. That is the vast majority of his content. That is a vast majority of his content. Not some LA yacht streamer. Who is that even? Like, I legitimately, like, who is that? Is that like fucking Jason the Ween? Is that like Aiden Ross? Like, what are we talking about?
A content creator. Because those people may not have your best interest at heart. I don't think Asmongold has anyone's best interest at heart other than himself. He just wants to be able to, like, live how he wants.
He's funny when talking about games and other silly situations. Whenever it comes to politics, he goes full R word. I skip those. But hey, we can't expect everyone to be perfect. Plus, he's just voicing his opinion, which doesn't affect anyone. This is insanity to me. This is insanity to me. This is the equivalent if you were hanging around someone, they're like, oh yeah, like Jeff's a real good guy. But whenever he goes into his Nazi diatribes, I just ignore that. I don't really like that part. But when he starts talking about video games with me, that's when I hang out with him. What the fuck? Like, especially for Asmongold, when him talking about politics is the vast majority of his content. Like, they literally are telling you that they are making justifications of being fans with him, are fans of his. Yeah, man, I really fucking hate it when he talks about politics, which is 90% what he does. But sometimes he makes funny joke, and I think that makes up for the other 70% of the time. Because no one's perfect. This isn't someone who sometimes like says bad words or offensive words that he's trying to get better on, whatever. This is someone who takes extreme amounts of time to talk about how much they love what's happening in Iran, of everyone bombing the shit out of schools, how he watched ICE kill Alex Preddy and Renee Good and was cheering about that. Oh, but sometimes he plays Assassin's Creed Shadows and makes funny jokes, so I think he's a good, entertaining person. Like, plus he's just voicing his opinion, which doesn't affect anyone, only those without critical thinking. No, that's not.
wants to live. The money he makes means nothing to him.
I got a 1099 and it was like millions of dollars. I don't even know where it came from.
You probably have
Humble.
$6 to $8 million left after taxes.
More than that, probably. A lot.
Look how humble he is. He could have just said, yeah, but no, he had to be like, no, I make more money than that. I make way more money than that. Super humble guy.
More than that.
Really?
He doesn't want to grow off of it. He just wants to like exist and again, not have to work. And the people who watch him, I think, feel similarly. They just want to be able to watch and not think and just hang out. So about a month later,
what
they
did he
just
say?
want to be able to watch.
He speaks for the layman, the commonwealth, the common good. All these people worry about being logical when it's the least viable and less unique overall. Jesus Christ, these people are real and can vote. These people are real and can vote. He's far more reasonable than most individuals, and that gives him a natural insight. How can this be true? How can other people worry about being logical, which is not valuable, and he speaks for the layman, but he's far more reasonable, actually, and that gives him natural insight because he can practice empathy within his own thoughts? What the fuck does this sentence mean? Like, what? This can be applied universally. What what Democrats promote is not ambiguous and not applicable universally. What? What Democrats promote is not ambiguous and not applicable universally. Why would you want it to be ambiguous? Why is that the quality you're seeking? How can you apply something ambiguously universally? Like,
and not think and just hang out. So about a month after I do that tweet, I put out another tweet, which is basically
I'm
my
dying.
thoughts on Asmongold.
I'm dying.
I will let
I'm
Asmongold
dying.
read my tweet, so I don't have to.
About a month or so back, I asked any Asmongold fans to meet me in the real world. What? But none of them took me up on the offer. Instead, I got hundreds of replies and messages saying that I didn't understand them, how I should just watch the streams and not the clips. So I did, and I learned that Zach doesn't care. He'll put out a video that he doesn't understand the full context of and rant about it with extreme right-wing bias. It's vitriol for 6 hours straight. Oh. A hand-picked selection of clips designed to invoke anger without critical thinking. I genuinely believe there are people here for his gaming takes, and I'm so worried that they're getting radicalized by Twitch's most powerful and least researched streamer.
He read it on stream and was quite pissed.
This guy is like, he's randomly trying, meet me in real life. Yeah, obviously, random people don't want to meet some dumbass in real life. Let's see what this guy's saying about me.
And then his fans came after me hard. They were ready to,
Why do you care what other people do with their lives? You must be doing something right because you thought this is the most common refrain. There's some version of you must be pathetic. Why do you care? He's so successful. Then why do you care? That's always been my counter. Then why do you care? Why is it okay that you get to care about what he does and what he says, but if I care about what he does and what he says, it's a problem. If Steven cares about what he does and what he says, it's a problem. And then you're going to throw someone else, like, bitch, it's not your success. Like, why are you guys dick riding so hard? He's 1,000 times more successful than you. Oh, is he paying you to say this? No. Oh, that's so sad. So you're just doing this for free. You're just writing it for free right now. Like you're like I mentioned in my earlier post, you people look for small accounts to harass at the behest of your Roach King for his honor or whatever for free? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Call me all sort of names. But out of that tweet, I managed to get conversations going with a few actual Asmongold fans. People who agreed that, hey, maybe it's a good time to kind of leave the echo chamber. Because Asmongold believes that you should stay within the echo chamber.
So the problem that I have is that whenever I want to interact with somebody or somebody wants to interact with me, usually that's like a non-starter because I don't want to talk to anybody. What's a good time for you? Never. Never. That's the answer.
Never.
Whenever Destiny or Hassan want to debate him these days, he turns it down because the idea of having your views questioned is completely unacceptable to Asmik.
I have no obligation to do anything. And there are some people that think that, well, because I disagree with you so much, you have some kind of like obligation to 1v1 me or something.
I do think if you do political commentary, I think this would be one of the laws I would enforce. You should have an obligation to have some kind of confrontational discourse. It can't just be that everybody can go run off into their own corners and construct their own realities. That's just.
And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I kind of agree with Destiny here. If you are no matter what Asmongold says, he is staunchly in the political sphere. He is. Like, if you look at the majority of his output, right? It is heavily politicized. Like I said, okay, Path to Exile, right? And then it's talking about Hassan, then something's radicalizing, what's happening in Italy, Hassan again, Joe Rogan, Actions of Consequences, the feds got him, like the big conspiracy on the internet right now, like here's talking about Nick Shirley, like he's very clearly, nobody thought this ever happened, treats like he's very clearly in the political zeitgeist. Elon actually out of her mind. Someone told me to react to this, and we probably will do afterwards. But like, he's very clearly in the political sphere. He's no longer into the gaming sphere. He's literally like 95% of the content I've showed you have been political shit. That's literally, like, that's most of his stuff. Like, he's talking about Indians have invaded Portugal. Like, he can't use that whole, oh, I just talk about whatever. Like, no, you're very staunchly in the political sphere of things. You're always chiming in on politics. You're political. So you should have to, especially if you're making these claims about other people in this space, you absolutely should have to be able to defend your point against them.
Crazy to me. I don't think it's acceptable.
Yeah.
No.
He wants to exist in this world, and he wants to be that sort of guy that doesn't have his stuff questioned. He wants to exist in the filth. Throughout all these conversations and all these tweets, what I learned is that the average Asmongold fan just wants to live in their own echo chamber. They just want to relate to a guy who they feel is like them. I don't want to make fun of these people, but the first openly said how much he loves fascism. The second one was a fourth-generation Mexican immigrant who believes that immigration is a bad thing. And the third made me a whole PowerPoint about Hassan's armpits.
Who am I? None of your business.
Black Druid.
Jesus
He reached out to
Christ,
me with
dude.
extreme animosity.
I'll meet you, you leftist hack. Asmongold speaks truth to power. You just lie and slander people. Big difference. Yeah, Asmongold speaks truth to power, which is why he gets on his knees to suck the dick of the ice every single time he can. That's speaking truth to power, huh? Where he says everything he wants to because he knows that Trump's administration will support him. That's speaking truth to power. Yeah.
And really was like, I'm gonna own this guy. He gave me a list of 5 rules.
No asking where I'm from or what I do or give up personal information. Privacy is paramount, etc. No loaded questions. You're a journalist. You know what those are. I prefer we have a proper conversation, and that includes hearing what you believe. I will ask you some questions for clarification on your view of things. I like to show images / PowerPoints to explain my thoughts. How's that for a start? We both get a full recording of our conversation. So fucking paranoid.
Before we even spoke, including I could not asking his name or any personal information, which is pretty hard for an interview because that's kind of the whole point. But once we got talking, it got even stranger.
Asmongold isn't a right-winger. He's been, as far as I've watched, going back all the way to the Dark Souls days, he's always been left-wing.
I wasn't trying to like be funny. I mean, I was a little bit, but I had to go pee. But apparently words we're just saying words now, dog. We're just saying words now. Asmongold once did a political compass test and came back as left wing. That's kind of what happens when a right winger doesn't pick their views from a crib sheet, though. He like just to give you guys, he's right wing. He's left wing according to this person, right? But here he is, literally saying that he is a funneling source for Nazis.
Oh, because I'm one of them.
Now, do you not get deplatformed through all this? I simply, I am a very pragmatic person. I have no problems not saying things or not doing something if I feel like it won't be advantageous for me. So I just simply don't say things that I think will get me in trouble, and until it's okay to say them.
Which is exactly what I've been telling you guys about him and people like him. They wait till something's advantageous. They're only saying this shit now because the culture allows it. But if it doesn't allow it, they wouldn't be saying this shit.
That's literally it. You're a good boy. Yeah, I like Nick doesn't do that. Nick says exactly what he thinks, and it's respectable. It is. I don't have any negative about it. But to me, I view my role as being a more mainstream ally towards this stuff without necessarily spearheading any sort of like real controversial change.
An ally towards this stuff, he's talking about a literal white supremacist. Like, I cannot stress this enough. Nick Fuentes is a neo-Nazi. He is a white supremacist, an avowed white supremacist, well known. You cannot type his name without the words neo-Nazi or white supremacist coming up. And he's saying he's an ally to that. He just doesn't want to spearhead it.
Because I can't really do that. It would compromise my position. That's the reason. I'm a funnel. Yeah, I kind of do that. Yeah, like a funnel in a way. So that's the reason why I do most things that I do are like there's reasoning behind them.
Yes, I know.
Wayne, for sure. Yeah, I do.
And
like that is him, not me over exaggerating, not me putting words in his mouth. This is him quite literally telling everyone he is a funnel to radicalism towards being a fucking Nazi. And he says he knows his place. He knows his lane. He knows where he sits in the radicalization pipeline. He also said when he does things intentionally, like, yes, and I said that before I showed you this clip, because he's easy to read. It's very obvious. He supports white supremacy. It's so blatant. The fact that he's even feeling comfortable enough to say that he is a funnel for Nick Fuentes specifically, right? Like this is who Asmongold wants his audience to move on to, or at the very least to also watch. He watches Nick Fuentes' content and not to counteract it, right? Not doing the stuff that I'm doing. He's watching it to get his audience on board with Nick Fuentes. This is 100% why he's literally doing this. Like the people saying he's going fully mask off, they're not being hyperbolic. He quite literally is doing this. He said he's an ally to this kind of stuff, emphasis on this kind of stuff, which means a variety of political content which he can't speak out on as a mainstream Twitch streamer, probably because the TOS is left-wing bias and left-wing. Pace as fuck, steering people in the right direction. Like, who would have guessed a pro-genocide stream would be pro-Nazi? But like, this is who Asmongold is.
And I know because
This is who Asmongold is. So for us to know this, and then to say that he's always been left-wing. Like, his audience is so fucking cooked.
If you want, I'm just going to send a quick photo to you so you can just take a look.
He had created an entire PowerPoint where he showed why Hassan is worse than Asmongold.
So they're basically the same. fully supports Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, does not support Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Because he supports Nazis. Notice how they didn't talk about where they stand on Israel. Notice how they didn't talk about where they stand about American imperialism. Because he supports American imperialism, and he literally, as I just demonstrated, supports Nazis. Like,
because Hassan had a horse growing up, and Asmund was the goated Chad who lived in squalor. These were benefits to him.
and to me, showing this picture, it's more insane to me that if I told you one of these guys is currently fighting against our government because he went to Cuba to support people and is always advocating about social change and socialism and how rich people need to pay more, and the other guy is all about protecting essentially capital and all about like war, you would think just off visuals the rich kid would be like that. But it's the fucking poor guy. The guy who grew up poor has less empathy for others than the rich kid. It's more amazing that someone who grew up with wealth, who benefits from wealth, can be like, damn, I think everyone else should have the same kind of childhood or benefits I got. And it sucks that they don't. Then you have this guy who grew up poor on food stamps and is like, fuck poor people. They're lazy. These immigrants, they're lazy.
Asmund was the goated Chad who lived in squalor. These were benefits to him. Black Druid giggled when I used the term POC. Get that there are like POCs in media?
Sorry, can you say that again?
There are POCs in media? That's a person of color.
I'm not sure if you know, but I'm brown myself, so I'm not really sure what you were expecting. But let's move on.
And
like, what was even that interchange, right? What was that exchange? You may not know, but I'm brown myself. Okay, what does that have to do with him using the word POC?
Believes that DEI is what is killing video games, and went on a long rant about.
I know for a fact that if they were to appeal to like this woke ideology, they also lose a lot of money. Like you can look at the video game, for example, Dragon Age. I would actually assume that a lot of men have felt attacked by journalists that basically their whole space of the gaming sphere,
just saying shit,
catered to the woke crowd, those lost billions. We can just talk about Concord if the
fucking course, dog. Of course, because I am eternally in hell and I am never getting away from Concord. It doesn't matter. I'm never getting away from Concord. It doesn't matter, dog. It's always Concord. Concord's the only game that had that failed. It's only Concord. Concord was woke for some reason. It's always Concord. It's always fucking Concord. It's always Concord. It's always Concord.
As an example as well, Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? It's an ideology that I believe let's just take it out, right? Let's take out all the politics, okay? Or let's just say that it was an ideology that loses money. Is that a fair assessment that we can both agree on?
No.
I'm not getting into any of that sort of stuff in this video. There are plenty of other YouTube videos on the internet that are going to do that for me. So I'm just going to kind of explain, what these people are kind of thinking.
Sorry, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather. Turns out going outside was a terrible idea. I've also let the place get a little...
Why didn't Shadows fail? Because now it's actually hot, so therefore it's not woke. I don't know, man. Like it's so draining, you guys. Like it's the same argument no matter where I go. When I close my eyes, I just see Concord. I just see people making up shit about why a Ghost of Yote failed even though it didn't. I'm seeing people talking about Assassin's Creed Shadows failing even though it didn't.
messy, but I thought that was kind of appropriate for what we're talking about today. This video has pushed me to my absolute limit. My YouTube recommended feed has been absolutely destroyed. It is just full of Asmongold videos now. And now I see his hair and teeth whenever I close my eyes or go to sleep. DEI and woke just fill my every moment. But it hasn't all been bad. There have been a few bright spots in this production. Alan recently beat cancer and said that his opinions on Asmongold have shifted, mainly because of Asmon's takes on the Iran war.
So when you first talk,
I like the fact though that after beating cancer, he's like, let me re-examine. Now that I'm not coming to the end of my life, let me re-examine. Why do I like this guy again?
talk to me and talking about Asmon, I'm not 100% sure where that was in general because that was a couple of months ago. But with this latest Iran stuff, he is just following the narrative, which is America good and we're the best type thing. And I'm like,
and this is the guy, you guys remember, Asmon speaks to power.
Yeah, nah.
But the reality is that
in my restless dreams, I still see that average life service game. That's my, yes, my Silent Hill is me pulling up, the fog rolls in, there's no pyramid head, there's no, you know, repression of like my sexual urges or anything like that. It's just fucking DEI and Concord just beating the shit out of me.
you have to also look at why are people oppressed. And in some cases, there's a good reason why they're oppressed, and you should probably oppress them even more. They deserve it. And I think that Iran's a good example. Same with criminals, stuff like that, shoplifters.
I feel it's
Empathy.
more about keeping the audience that he wants.
And I think that the moment that American bombs start dropping, the moment that American soldiers get involved, now it's no longer the Iranian revolution, it's the regime change that was basically facilitated by America.
Zenbane said he's actually super excited for this video to come out, and Black Druid doesn't seem to hate me as much. He's sent me very long rants.
Save this just in case you want an example of my news source being much more reliable than others. An incident would happen on the, oh my god, this is some QAnon shit. An incident would happen on the 16th of May, which will cause an uproar in UK politics. A clash between the woke ideology and the far right, as journalists misrepresents them, will happen, and the woke ideas will start to press within the UK. Keir Starmer will resign after that date. Did Keir Starmer resign? He so far refused to resign. This is May 14th. Okay. Is there anything more up to date? 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. Because Keir Starmer, well, this is to oust him. Crown will be forced out. It's just a matter of when and how. So again, he's not resigning. He said he won't resign. He didn't resign. He might get forced out, but didn't resign. So kind of like your sources are bad then, right? Asmongold warned us about the US intervening in Iran before anyone did. He didn't. He didn't rely on a single source. He didn't need to. An INTP logician, oh my God, we're doing Myers-Briggs? Oh,
including a few heart emojis. But I think the thing that's made me most optimistic working on this project was meeting Charles A. Hurley, a 23-year-old who first started watching Asmongold when he was 16 or 17.
Amidst the flames, only we shall remain.
When I got into WoW Classic, I also got into his content a lot more, where he starts to grow on me, where he had like this resonance of like relatability.
His cousin had introduced him to Asmongold because they were both playing World of Warcraft Classic, and he got really into Asmon. He became really excited and energized by Asmon's content.
He started becoming a bit of a comfort for me back then. I used to like watch a lot of his VODs for hours on end, like usually on like when I'm playing other games, I always have him on the background. Just feels like you're kind of like committed into like something bigger with him.
He became watching and obsessing, wanting to know what made Asmongold so good at the games he played.
I used his mannerisms to like bleed into like my own
Isn't Asmongold famously not good at most games though? Like his main thing is just Warcraft, but doesn't he kind of suck at everything else?
personal life. The idea of like becoming something more, like the idea that was implanted into my head. Well, just becoming like, as I thought before, like someone like him, like well regarded or well like spoken, just like well accomplished, or like have like dreams of becoming the next Asmongold. Oh god, that's so fucking cringe of me to think about that, but...
He started to copy his mannerisms because he thought it would make him a better player in the video game that he really loved, Star Wars: The Old Republic. He started to take the game as seriously as Asmongold was. But he was also copying Asmongold's mannerisms out of game. He was saying whatever he wanted, he was becoming more aggressive, and he was really pushing himself to his limits, really dedicating himself to the craft of playing video games. He also became really obsessed with anti-woke content.
Anti-wokeism is such a simple concept. Like, oh, you used to believe that, oh, well, we just want better games instead of the wokeism stuff. And then you have, like, pretty much all these contents. And back then, it really worked back then. It just like, you can just click immediately since you're like pretty much so attached to that person you don't even want to go.
But throughout all of this, he felt that watching Asmongold was making him a worse person.
Yeah, I got some like exceptional highs, but I got into like exceptional lows.
It started to influence his non-gamer life, pushing away his friends and family.
Pretty much ruined relationships or even...
And this is somebody who self-admittedly said they were modeling themselves both in-game and, well, intentionally in-game after Asmongold. But Asmongold is such a miserable person that it seeped into this guy's real life, and those rancid waves started emitting from his body to where they started ruining relationships. Because if you model your behavior after Asmongold, who, again, the only difference is he lucked out and got lots of money from what he's doing, you'll see what will actually happen to you in the real world. You will become a worse person. People will not want to be around you. There's a reason why I say Asmongold miserable is going to die alone, because look at how he acts. The only thing that gives him any sort of anything is his money. If Asmongold had no money, I guarantee you his fans would not be defending him the way they do, because he's just like them. There's nothing aspirational there. And the money he has, he lucked into. He's not some like business savant. He's not some like genius. He didn't create this wealth because of strategic planning. He got lucky. Right place, right time. Anyone else trying to emulate him, look what happens.
Close ones like family, friends, or pretty much even like relationships with partners.
But it was hard to quit Asmongold because Asmon was good at WoW, so he should be good at life. At least that was Charlay's logic at the time.
I wish I could say complicated, but it was just out of like pure ignorance and just kind of like the unwillingness to just kind of change, because you kind of invest in a person for so long, you want to believe that this is all part of the movement, and you just like, and since you have such like a good opinion about him in your head, like pretty much all that goodwill from like all those other days, like back then where he used to be a prominent WoW player, you would pretty much carry over that goodwill to like any sense of variety he does.
But in 2023, Charlay's opinion on Asmon really starts to change, specifically because of anti-woke content. He realized that it was just kind of the same thing over and over and over.
Which, as you guys know, I have been saying that for the longest time now. People will eventually get bored of you bitching and moaning about the same things over and over and over and over again especially if you are coming from a place where your ideology won out. Again, Trump is president. You can say slurs. Comedy's legal again on the internet. You can do all these things. Why are you still bitching about wokeness? Just don't fucking play it. Don't just watch it. Don't read it. But they can't. And like I said earlier, that shit's annoying. These people are annoying. And then once they get past all the look at the oohs and ahs, it's like, oh, you guys just do this. This is just what you do. You just complain all day. Asmongold's a millionaire. What is he complaining about? He has no real issues. He doesn't. Well, maybe like psychological for sure he does because where he lives. But like he has no real issues. He's not going to worry about finances. He's not going to worry about any of those things. He doesn't have to make ends meet. But he's complaining as if he is struggling the same way as all these other people that watch him. And that disconnect is what they're getting at, what they're sensing. And that's kind of bringing them out of the moment to go, oh shit. Why is this rich asshole complaining about wokeness? Like, what does that do for him? They're not happy. They're miserable, empty people. And people are seeing that. It's like, oh my God. I'm glad this young guy saw it. Like, oh my God. He's actually a miserable loser.
Posts and videos were making less and less sense.
So 2023 was like the point I stopped watching him hardcore. It got boring. It got repetitive.
Asmongold's endless attacks on DEI, woke, and political low-hanging fruit just stopped being interesting.
The thing about anti-wokeism is that it's the perfect propaganda tool because fear-mongering it's like the ultimate tool when it comes to like easily converting your thing to like, hey, like you used to be a WoW player, but now you're like a full-time political content creator. It's just honestly frustrating to me how I was just like led on for years and it just amounted to like absolutely nothing. I just couldn't do it anymore.
These days, he sort of stopped watching Asmongold as much. Charlie still sees Asmongold because on Twitter, he's unavoidable. But now, he sees a sadness in his former idol.
He moved away from his like most lovable hobby, which was like World of Warcraft, but now he's just like pretty much miserable with like Twitter now.
Though Charlie has stopped watching Asmongold, he's found it difficult to get rid of all of his mannerisms entirely. Asmongold was a major figure to Charlie, someone he's still struggling to move past.
He's still been kind of my disease. All that grind mentality, as of recently, became deeply diminished. It begins to like pry open your like mental state. There's just like nowhere to go except the hole you kind of dug for yourself.
When it comes to Charlie, he makes me feel hopeful about the future of Asmongold viewers. Because when we kind of...
You used to watch Steven Crowder? Oh, we're going to talk about that after this. Holy shit. Holy shit. Two hands, or don't go anywhere.
Kind of look at what these people are going through. A lot of them, again, feel kind of hopeless. But Charlie was able to pull himself out of the sadness. He was able to see through the veneer.
I'm glad you're having a good time.
Kind of his like massive fucking specialty gimmick where it's like, oh well, I may be a degenerate, but at least I'm an honest degenerate, and that's all that matters. I could say the most like rancid, disgusting thing on the internet, but hey, like I'm being honest, guys.
Okay, you see how this is exactly what I was saying? Like, and this is coming from a former hardcore fan of his. It's not just my observations. It's this is what people are seeing. Like, yes, he just wants to be able to say he's rancid as fuck, but because he's being honest, it's okay. And it's like, it's not okay.
Like, and that's just the most dangerous tool when it comes to like a cult figure.
The problem with anti-woke content is it's very addictive. It's a new enemy each day. It's finding something that you personally despise to attack. And you know, if you can't see through that veneer, if you can't see through the bullshit, then you're just going to keep going into it more and more and more. And even though I'm feeling a bit under the weather, I still think it's important for us to see the sun one last time.
Everything sucks these days. Our politics is just feeding us mindless nonsense. Everybody hates. The world is getting so goddamn expensive, and it just seems like everything is going down. And Asmongold is kind of like the prophet of all of that. He is the crazy, screaming street preacher who is like, the world's ending and everything's gonna go bad. And you're like, yes, Asmongold, you're preaching to me. I understand it. Asmongold offers them a space online around other like-minded individuals who care about the same things they care about, like video games and why video games suck these days.
This is my outlook on it, is like, if you have something in a game, like, you need to make sure that that is like good immediately. Like the whole idea that like players, like, you're not going to have somebody that wants to spend more than like 10 minutes to have fun.
It's a sort of community
That's such a dumb take, though, by the way.
that they don't have in the real world. It's a space where they can feel more free and more fresh, and I feel Asmongold is preying on that. These people are lonely and have nowhere else to turn to, and Asmongold is offering them a space where they can feel what they want to feel, that they can say whatever bad words that the communities around them deem inappropriate. They want to feel like they're part of everything.
People don't have conversations as much anymore.
No, because they don't want to, and nobody thinks about anything anymore.
No,
That's the reason why.
You think you do, but you don't. People go to convenience over and over and over again instead of doing the more difficult thing and having real interactions with people.
Asmongold isn't.
God, how fucking prescient is that shit, right? Like, yeah. Like, listen to this again. Listen to what Asmongold says.
To feel like they're part of everything.
People don't have conversations as much anymore.
No, because they don't want to, and nobody thinks about anything anymore.
No,
Nobody, because they don't want to, and no one thinks about anything anymore. In this same video, you saw that he literally says that about himself. When people want to talk to him, no, I don't want to. Never, don't talk to me. Like, he is that person. He doesn't think. He doesn't have real conversations because that scares him.
That's the reason why.
You think you do, but you don't. People go to convenience over and over and over again instead of doing the more difficult thing and having real interactions with people.
Asmongold isn't turning these people antisocial. They already are, but he's giving them an outlet, a place where they can feel like they don't need to grow, they don't need to change, they don't need to live outside their echo chamber. They can just continue being who they are, and that's where the problem lies.
He did an hour video yesterday of one of these woke games. It was called Relooted. I watched the video. It definitely just came across as low quality content.
Listen, guys, it's a hard game. There's a lot of graphics going on here.
I definitely have noticed I soured on his content, and that's whether it was the way he was acting, where he's just playing it up. I think because of the way he was playing it up, it felt like the mask had dropped, and that was his reality. And I'm like, oh, fuck, maybe he's an idiot.
Asmongold.
But you see, he was giving Asmongold the cover of he's just playing it up. He's playing a character. And once he realized, no, this is who he is as a person, he's like, oh, fuck. Damn. So all that dumb shit you were saying or doing before, that was really you? That wasn't you being hyperbolic or exaggerating? You're just a fucking moron?
Doesn't want you to improve. He doesn't want you to become less lonely and become a better person. Because if you do, you might stop watching him. I don't really think he thinks about this stuff. I think he knows at his heart of hearts that if these people start to get better and don't think that all of these like immigrants, women, DEI are the enemy, then they might try to leave. They might see Asmongold as the enemy.
I feel like nowadays nobody wants to critically think about anything. Nobody wants to have their own opinion about anything. Like, I've noticed this a lot.
Because in their real world, that's what people would tell them if they had community. A lot of these men are isolated. They lack a support system.
I just want to say thank you for all the laughter and good times over these last 13 or so months. It's been a very hard time for me. My wife abandoned me and my 6-year-old son who had autism, so I've been dealing with very stressful, depressing times. It has been hard for me to keep a job because I'm taking care of my son by myself with no help from anyone. And the nights have been very lonely after I put him down to bed. Thank you for providing me with laughter and distractions from the stress, and also for making the nights not feel so lonely. I greatly appreciate Asmongold in chat. Thank you. Like, this is sad. Like, I don't know the reason why his wife abandoned him and his autistic son. I don't know if she visits or whatever. But to be like, my wife left me. Thank God for Asmongold. Like, your life is sad. And I know people are gonna be like, but you're finding comfort in your stream. I get that. But we just went over the kind of content he puts out. So knowing the kind of content Asmongold puts out, knowing that he wants to be a funnel, or he knows he acts as a funnel to fucking Nick Fuentes, to say like the laughter and good times you've had with this content creator is sad, especially because you're only watching him because your wife left you. So like the guy Steven said in his video, these people are already in a bad way, and instead of finding someone who gets them better, they latch on to someone like Asmongold who allows them to stay bad.
That sort of keeps them from going down these deep, dark rabbit holes. I think after COVID, a lot of people became even more isolated in these deep, dark rabbit holes.
Recently, I've been wondering, how does it feel there in your chair? I've always been feeling a little bit lonely playing computers while speaking to all my online friends playing with me, having all the fun in the world. I've been asking myself why I feel lonely. I have fun, I have community, I have appreciation, but still, when I switch off my computer, all I see is myself in reflection of my display, with all my losses and wins throughout my life, which brought me here through all the loneliness and happiness. I was wondering, how do you feel when you switch off the stream and succumb to external silence? Like the fact that he's saying that this person is profoundly sad, and he's saying that sadness led me here. Like I cannot begin to tell you how much of a self-report this is on him, and an indictment it is on most of Asmongold's audience. They are sad, broken people at one of the lowest points in their lives, and then that's when they come to him. They're not well-adjusted. They're sad, broken people.
I think after COVID, a lot of people became even more isolated and unaware of what was going to happen to them. And they went down deep, dark rabbit holes, blaming all of these other issues for their problems, rather than...
Don't we all do that? The thing is, though, when you seek something out when you're in a bad place, it's temporarily, right? It's usually temporary because it's not really good for you. What we seek is that immediate gratification. I keep saying that. Gratification that let the hurt stop. But the thing is, the things that we mostly seek out aren't good for us. You have broke up with somebody. I'm going to go hook up with the next person I see. I'm going to drink away my problem. These aren't good coping mechanisms, which is why people usually, after a while, seek help for that, whether on their own or by someone's assistance. You see therapists, you build community. Having an online community is great, but an online community does not replace a real community. That's what these people are missing out on. They don't have a real sense of community. And they can't even see that modeled for them because the content creator they watch is miserable and lonely. He does not interact with people. Like most other content creators, at least they could be like, yeah, Hassan went on the stream with Carolyn and Will Neff, and they had his podcast together, and he has Austin and Cutie Cinderella, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Or like, here's the AMP crew, and they all hang out together, or they look like they're having fun. Like they don't even get the illusion of, look how much fun it must be to hang out with people. Because the person that they watch sits in a dark room all day with roaches. I did read your past few messages, Asmodeus. That's what I'm responding to. Like, yes, we all do that, but we stop. For the most part, we stop. If you continuously do it, you are going to self-harm. If you drink or take drugs to overcome the pain you're having, that is not a good coping mechanism. But if everyone around you is telling you that's good and awesome, you'll continuously do it. These people don't have community, and so they sought out somebody who made them feel better. But the person they sought out was Asmongold. And so they're watching him and feeling better because probably subconsciously they realize he's just as bad as them or worse, and so that makes them feel better. It's no different than you having a bad day and going like, listen up this guy, right? That's what it is. But now you take that to an extreme where it's, I'm not going to improve myself or my situation because I'm not this guy who's in a worse spot than me. So you stay here. Like you saw in this video, when people started becoming more well-adjusted, they stopped watching him.
What was actually causing them, which was their isolation, loneliness, and lack of human communication. We as people need other people in order to feel whole. Human society was born out of a need to congregate. And when that community is taken away and completely disregarded, we sort of lose our sense of identity. We lose who we are. And when someone offers that sort of sense of community, it becomes even more important. Influencers give online individuals
That's how cults work, by the way.
a community. And Asmongold is offering them a different sort of community, one that isn't more politically correct. Remember a time when you could be on Xbox and say a whole bunch of slurs? Asmongold offers you that space. And there's a Discord where you can hang out and talk your shit.
The Discord is basically a shit post. It doesn't really have like anything to do with the general like Asmongold stuff. It's just like a little hangout place.
You can be exactly who you want to be, even if that person is, you know, kind of gross. You don't need to improve. You don't need to get better. You don't need to be a happier person because you can be an Asmongold viewer. You can be part of the club. And now for something that I hope doesn't make too many Asmongold viewers uncomfortable. And I'm gonna go touch some grass.
I like that. That's pretty good. But yeah. Yeah, we have bad days, but we know where we are. Yeah, I'm agreeing with them. I'm just giving a bigger, deeper understanding. Do you think the anti-woke grifters will tank when GTA 6 releases? No. Because they will get people talking about them, getting them views. They don't actually, like, something that has to be understood, especially after watching this video, is these people don't care about other people. And they don't care about credibility or anything like that. Like, literally, Endymion has a video out. He made a post I put on my community, but I'll show you guys here, where he's talking about how the new James Bond is going to be like woke garbage. And then the second it was successful, he's like, actually, this game's fucking, it's awesome and it's cool, and I've never said anything bad about it, right? Like, here we go. Hey, Endymion, maybe you should stop doing shit like this before games come out. The grifting, outrage farming shit is getting old and it absolutely kills your credibility. And here, I can't make it bigger, but he's like, because who wouldn't want to play a modern James Bond game where 007 embodies the values of modern day Britain? Yes, buy our game where you protect globalist ideals as an agent of the government that imprisons people for mean tweets. This Bond would unironically kill you if you expose Somali daycare fraud in Britain too. Wow, can't wait, guys. And then when the game comes out, whoop, platinum, trophy, first light. Yeah, good game, easy platinum. Pretty sure the final tax sim trophy glitch unlocked early, but it's all good with me. I enjoyed it. Onward. The game where he was just saying before it came out, how it's, why would you play this game? He unironically would kill you if you expose fraud in Britain. Wow, can't wait. Platinum's it. Good game. These people don't care. These people don't give a shit about literally anything. Like you saw in the Asmongold videos, right? Or you saw in the clips I showed you before. They don't give a shit about anything other than themselves. If they can make money, they will keep doing it. Asmongold needs his audience to be like most of those people. He needs them to be miserable, broken, destitute, seeking community. And on top of that, he wants them to never improve. Because the second they can potentially improve, they will leave him. They will. It's no different than like content creators who gear their shit towards like children, right? Where it's like, we're gonna make poop jokes and fart jokes and whatever. That works when you're like 12, but when you're like 23, you're probably not gonna want to watch that anymore, so you move on. But they're getting an endless supply of kids to view their shit, so they're fine. For Asmongold, he just needs you fucking miserable. You're a 43-year-old Australian dude who lives like him and loves fascism? Hell yeah. Oh, but you overcame cancer, which typically when people are facing life-ending news or events, they sort of have a come to Jesus moment, right? And they reevaluate their stances. So he clearly had one of those things. Like, actually, Asmongold kind of fucking sucks. Wow, he's stupid. His opinions are bad. You're a 23-year-old kid. Well, you're a 17-year-old when you first saw him. You're a 23-year-old kid. And you're like, yeah, this shit was ruining my life. It was fucking cringe. I can't be with that person. It ruined my life. I'm not watching him less. So then what does Asmongold do? He goes for an audience that's more extreme. That's why his rhetoric became more extreme. It was a radicalization over Ouroboros. He radicalized his audience to create an echo chamber. Said echo chamber then amplifies his message to him, and he becomes more radical. If you look at any of his videos when he's doing research, he's either literally on his own subreddit, or it's like the thing that Vera Dark does, where it's a Twitter page, but it's like either like someone who they always agree with, or one of their fans sent them something to look at. But it's never a, let me go to some outside source. Let me look up this here, because if he says he's anti-research because he fucking knows he'll be wrong. And he can't look bad in front of his audience. He can't ever be wrong in front of them. But also, Two Hens, you said you watched Steven Crowder and Asmongold. How did that come about? Because I'm seeing you're saying you were lonely, depressed about living with a family. I thought I'm doomed to misery, but it was really my mindset, upbringing, beliefs. Like who pulled you out of it? Jake Baldino reviewed the new 007 game and he loves it while pointing out the negative anti-woke posts before the game came out. I haven't seen Jake Baldino in a while. You know, I think I might look at Jake Baldino too. I fell for the shit that these grifters spoke of, but once I broke out of the mindset, blaming a thing instead of what is the thing, it clicked. And honestly, that is where I am trying to insert myself. Like before the click, where it's like, hey, this shit sucks. These people are bad. You used to watch Geeks and Gamers? Jerry Hambley and the Corden, goddamn. Destiny pulled you out of right wing. You know what though? As much as I do not like how he does things, it makes sense if he was able to pull you out, because he essentially operates like him and Vosh operate the same way as the like anti-woke. It's just in the opposite direction. So it's the same type of energy. You just need to watch gaming content on YouTube for a few days and you'll get some right-wing grifting recommendations eventually. I know. Which is also why I'm trying to really like break that up. I was going to say infiltrate that space, but I'm already in that space. When it comes to super black representations, this one an animated image, Jet Black, Carol, Stanley, Carol Tuesday, Nessa. The thing that pulled me out of my depression were your self-psychology, your mom, and your brother. See, but you had a community of real people supporting you, not some fucking content creator on the internet. Like, I'm not, and here's the thing: I'm not trying to say that content creators cannot have a positive influence on someone. Of course not. That'd be idiotic, for especially someone in my position to say. But this is only one aspect of it. You also need to have a real, tangible community around you. Having a friend group, having supportive family. And if you don't have a supportive family, having a supportive friend group. Like, that is what we mean by community. Like, of course, I want to have a positive impact on people's lives. Of course, I want to have people, come to my page and feel comfortable and feel like they're being seen and not having to deal with bigotry, or seeing how there's somebody who maybe might present as, since I'm a cis male, seeing as somebody who might look like I would have bullied you in high school because, you know, fucking dieseled up and shit, and seeing my views and feeling, oh, I feel safer. Of course I want that. But I also don't want you to solely rely on me, because then we get parasocial. We need to also recognize the limitations of online content creators. And I think that video kind of highlighted that too. Asmongold will not make your life better. In fact, he'll make it worse. If you have no community around you, he'll make your life worse. Like, I can engage in this content simply because I do have people who I love who are around me. I do have loved ones. I am loved. I have friends. I have communities. I'm in a good place. I can engage with this content without having it like seep into my real life. But a lot of these people don't have that. And so they try to find themselves, their community, with him. Oh, here's a perfect tweet. Here's a perfect tweet that just summarizes a lot of this, right? Both Asmongold and Hassan finished their streams around the same time, but they ended with 2 different messages. I thought it was worth sharing. You can see the contrast. To be fair, I know some people are going to say that this wasn't Hassan the same day as he ended, but I think the messaging here is what's important. How they, because they're always connected to each other no matter what, right? So let's look at how they end their streams.
I will promise you guys that I will never, ever, ever get tired of making things worse for them. I will never get, and whenever people think that it's too much, whenever they think that you're going too far, I will say we are not even halfway done. Like, I promise I will never let you guys down. I will do everything that I can to do whatever I can to these people. I don't like them.
And he's not talking about like, I want to go against Nazis, because clearly he's a fan of them. This is him saying to those marginalized groups like trans people and whatever, the wokies, what have you, I'm going to keep doing this. This is what he's referencing to.
I don't like them. Somebody's got to do it. And I appreciate you guys that, all of you guys that are against these people on social media. Like, you guys do a lot. I think it's important to make the environment for them as unpleasant and unwelcoming as possible. And again, keep in mind, that's the way that they would do. Like, I'll continue making the environment for them incredibly unpleasant. But I'll be back on tomorrow. I might start earlier tomorrow. There's like a 10% chance of that.
I don't want to lead you down a pit of despair, to be sad, lonely, and angry all the fucking time. I want you to be angry at the right things and use that anger and resentment for designing a more productive future for yourself and others, right? That's why I always urge you to touch grass, urge you to be normal, urge you to go out and fucking organize in your communities, organize labor unions in your workplace, join the DSA, go out and door knock for candidates, right? Phone bank. That's it. I want you to be the best possible version of yourselves. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I will bid you adieu, and I will go hang out with friends and family.
So, like, a stark difference in tone, right? One here, just talking about how he wants to continue to make people's lives miserable, and ends it with just saying that, and no hint of him playing with his friends and family. And then you have someone else who was like, you know what? Be more active in your community. Touch grass. Talk to people. All right, losers, I'm going to go hang out with my friends and family. Like, again, I don't care if you don't like Hassan or whatever. If we're just talking about the praxis of these two, right? Which one seems to want to have a positive outcome for their community? He needs you to literally be angry. Like, he needs you to be angry all the time. He is explicitly saying he doesn't want you to do that. Whether you believe him or not is not up to I don't care. But we're going by what they're saying. He wants you angry. Like, he wants you to be happier. The man living in filth wants you to be angry, and the rich socialist wants you to have a better life. But he's the enemy to him. And I think it's because if more people listen to his messaging, he would have a smaller audience. Also, holy shit. Lone Wolf, you used to subscribe to It's a Gundam and Mugen Lord and Clownfish and Rev Says Des. Thank God you stopped. Good job, honestly. Big ups. Thank God. I make jokes, but I know that shit's not easy. I know it's not easy. Like, I know as much as I try to make light of it, I know it's not easy getting out of that. It's like I've told you guys in the past. I was there during Gamergate. I know what it's like to get caught up in all of this rhetoric because it makes you feel good. Right? It makes you feel like you're a part of something. But then you have to understand that you're only feeling good because you're engaging in your most base desire. You're just letting anger and hatred flow out of you and directing it towards someone else so it feels good. But that's not sustainable. Like, it's not sustainable. That's why basically at the end of every stream, I showcase that to you guys. So I show you guys, look at how miserable these people are. Look at how much content they put out, which is just anger and misery. No joy, no fun, no excitement. It's just anger all the time. It's just angry all the time. So I'm always proud of people who are able to pull themselves out. And if I can help with that, awesome. If someone else helps you with that, even better. I just want less people supporting those people. And I don't give a shit who pulls you out. And that also goes out for the people who are like, why do you talk about these people? Why do you cover it? That's why. Because sometimes what you need is someone to beat it over your head over and over and over and over and over how idiotic, how lame, how annoying, how toxic something is until it drills through. Because you didn't become fans of somebody because you saw one of their videos, because you saw a tweet, because you saw a post. You watched and consumed a lot of their content. And because you did that, you started to adopt their mentality or started to adopt their way of thinking. It wasn't just one and done. So I can't just make like one video about someone be done. There's going to be multiple videos on them. And especially if they have bigger influence, then there's more work you have to do. Like, when people, why are you talking about Asmongold? He's literally one of the biggest content creators doing the most fucked up shit. It'd be like asking reporters, why do they talk about Donald Trump? Like, no, like you have to understand. Yes, if you guys are gonna be, oh, I'm getting tired or whatever. Okay, fine. But guess what? This might be someone's first time seeing the video. Like, you know what? At this moment, I saw this and it helped me. And I started watching other things. And I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I fell for this shit. I can't believe I did this. So what if they get things right occasionally? Doesn't count as batch. Exactly. And you know what the thing too is? They play the averages, but if you were to go to, fuck it, I can toot my own horn, right? I am more right than any of these anti-woke grifters. Factually, I am more correct in my assessments than they are with theirs. On the off chance that they're right, it's because they've reached the same assessment I have reached. But then people would be like, see, they're right. I'm like, I was also right about this. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, I wonder if he still talks about me, but Oh No, It's Alex used to put me on his stream a lot and was always against me until he watched my video talking about people's reaction to Expedition 33. And that was the only time he agreed with me. That's not that he had the right assessment. But I've been making the same assessments for everything else. But they had already agreed with me because they had already taken that stance because they liked the game. Whether I like a game or not, if I see people going insane over it for no reason, I'm going to talk about it. Because my agenda is to be able to have actual discourse and discussions and disagreements that aren't based off of bullshit, but an actual understanding what's going on. But because of that, people be, oh, look, he's shilling. But I'm giving you the same level of assessments, the same level of insight as I would give you something that you would agree with me on. Or it's just law averages like a broken clock that's right twice a day. Right. What I'm saying though is the people who are like stuck in that like spiral of grifters will utilize the law averages. But what I'm saying, even with that, I am more correct more often than they are. But because they have an audience that has been keyed into like their type of thinking and talking, they only think I'm correct some of the time because they look at their content and like, look, both Obno with Alex and TTB agree that, you know, Expedition 33 is a good game. And it's like, yeah, but it's not, if anything, it's not me agreeing with him, it's him agreeing with me. Because I was also correct in these other things. Out of 100 things, I was correct like 85% of the time. They were correct 14% of the time. In reality. Right? Like the people talking about James Bond, how they were all like, oh, this is going to be a fucking flop. This is going to be a terrible game. This is going to do awful. And then they're like, oh shit. It did well. And it's like, of course it fucking did well. Like, of course it did well. Like, look at our favorite dumbass. Our favorite dumbasses. 007 is like First Light's mocked ruthlessly for a lack of gameplay. Maybe that's why games journals love it. It's lack of gameplay. And who's his source? Synthetic Man. And again, I talked about in my video how they're pretending to not know what set pieces are in order to say that these games have no gameplay. Or it's gamers demand First Light refunds. Off the wish list, it comes 007 First Light after requesting refunds after learning about Denuvo DRM. That is a different thing. Here we go. Overpriced, do not buy. Look at this handsome man being smart. They want it dead. Let's just see what he's talking about.
If there's anything you think of when you first think of the name 007, you immediately think of a strong masculine male hero who saves the day by taking out the bad guys and...
Okay, I immediately don't think that. I don't think 007 is strong masculine male. I think super spy who gets it on with lots of women. I don't think strong masculine male.
Whisking away into the sunset with the beautiful woman. And that's why 007 First Light from IO Interactive is under such a microscope right now, because it's a game that sits between two fires. On one side you have the fans who want James Bond to be the 007 they want, and on the other you have, well, the games industry being their usual selves. But before we begin, let's...
He's just making shit up. I'm not going to watch his fucking advertisement. Are you kidding? The only game industry thing he can possibly talk about is that one dumbass guy on PC Gamer who's like, I hate James Bond because I'm not him. This exactly. Wow. Look at me. Fucking pre-watched.
Here, they just flat out ask, what if James Bond just shouldn't be in video games? And oh boy, here we go. Another masculine icon about to get put through the conformity of games media, so let's get into it. PC Gamer.
He's so behind on this news. I covered this exact article before I left for vacation, so we're talking about Jesus Christ, almost a month ago, right? Hear me out. May 1st. It's May 31st. This is from 30 days ago.
he is to men what something like Wonder Woman is to women, a powerful icon meant to personify the strongest and best parts of his gender.
Okay, he is absolutely not understanding James Bond at all. He's not supposed to represent the best of their gender. He's not the equivalent of Wonder Woman.
Although what makes Bond interesting is besides the rugged looks and license to do what he wants, he's not perfect, he makes mistakes, and at times even comes off a bit like a bad guy too. But that's the double-edged sword that works for Bond. He gets the men in seats because they want to see a Kino film about a guy blowing up stuff, driving fast cars, betting hot women, and shooting bad guys. But he also gets the ladies in the seats because they love guys who are dangerous and toxic and good looking, and if this weren't true, well, I mean, just go look at the modern dating scene and they can complain about
Jesus Christ. He has to throw in as many incel fucking things as possible. These people know nothing about women, which is sad because I think he's even in a relationship, but he knows nothing about women.
about that all they want. But who do most women usually go for? Yeah, the truth tells you everything. Either way, James Bond works because he's like,
I'm not a bad boy. I'm very boring. I'm not edgy. I'm not going out doing. I'm 10 o'clock. I'm home. It's a Saturday night and I'm streaming on my YouTube channel. I have no problem getting girls. Girls don't always go for they look at a certain type of woman and go, this is what all women go for, the bad boys. No.
a modern Trojan horse of
Endymion has a girlfriend. He's not a bad boy.
ideas that works for everyone. Nobody wants a weak Bond or a feminist Bond because that's stupid. That's like making the Punisher from Marvel Comics vow never to hurt the bad guys. What's even the point then? But I think what you'll see
That's
as we go
completely
on
different.
is how PC Gamer especially wants Bond to not reflect the pinnacle of men, but to
Is this whole thing about PC Gamer? There's no fucking way he's talking about this shit that came out 30 days ago. I'm going to skip because there's no way he's still talking about. There's no way. I'm going to skip that part. There's no way he's still talking about that shit. Holy shit, dude.
Interactive says. I'm not gonna lie, fellas, that headline is kind of nuclear levels of what are we doing if I ever saw it myself.
The headline is literally coming from the quote from fucking GoldenEye.
But here's what the cinematic director of First Light, whose name is Martin Emborg, said about the classic James Bond feel and if it would make it into the game. It's pretty simple, actually, when you look at all the films and all the interpretations, also in games and other media. It's always seen through the lens of the decade that it's made in, so you can tell how the same stories are being interpreted in different ways as the years progress. And it's been going on for 60 years, so it's our time to look at this character and see what does it take to save the world in 20.
The PC Gamer source is like 30 days old, and this one is from 11 days ago.
2026, and some things feel by the wayside and some things are more important than ever. That is very concerning because there's a lot to unpack there. As Emborg just said, Bond reflects the decade in the movie that he's made in, right? Or I guess the game in this case. So when the movies were made 30 or more years ago, it was okay to have him to be the toxic male because that was normalized, is what I'm taking away from this. But as Emborg said, because this is now in 2026, Bond needs to reflect the ideals of the 2020s, which is a huge, big, fat, red warning sign. If I ever saw one,
Again, he says all this shit, and then you saw the post and the game was awesome because he's a fucking moron. Like this is what I hate about people like Endymion, especially, is they are so fucking stupid. Their audience is so goddamn dumb that they think that things do not progress. Like the James Bond that you watched growing up, as they stated in the article that you read off of, was a reflection of the current time always. It was always a reflection of current time. So in like 95, when GoldenEye came out and M was played by Judi Dench, that was a reflection of the time in the mid 90s that you can have women in these roles. Even the hiring of Daniel Craig, who wasn't, the suave, typical Bond, who was blonde instead of having like a darker features, is a form of progress. This Bond is not the martini ladies man he's more violent, he's more direct, he kills way fucking more. They tone down the campiness. I don't see you bitching about that because that's a reflection of how action films were done in a post Jason Bourne world.
Gotta be honest. Because that means that James Bond will then not be the Bond we know then by omission. Or am I wrong? I'm not saying to boycott the game or anything, no. But I am just simply going off of what is being said here. If Bond is like supposed to represent the era that he's being in, I guess, then the current era means that Bond cannot be a misogynist. He can't be toxic. He has to be pro-women and immigration. And
he has What? What? Huh? First off, the fact that you are listing him no longer being misogynist as a negative is wild. But to be like he has to be pro women and pro immigration. First off, even men in the current age aren't all pro women or pro immigration. That's certain types of men. If we were all that way, we wouldn't have these conversations. Secondly, what fucking Bond are you watching where they like stop the movie to be like, these Somalis are ruining our country, these Muslims are ruining Britain, we must stop them. Like that was never even a part of it. They just told you that every James Bond has always been a reflection of the current society. At no point is he going like, we need to let more illegals into the country. I want to have more gay people. Because they're not addressing that. They're very specific. Like, what the fuck is going on in your brain, dude?
effectively cannot really be James Bond then. He's just 007 in name only, sort of like how that one Scooby-Doo show made Velma into like, you know, what they did. But that show was also only Scooby-Doo in name, right? Same idea. That doesn't really bode well at all, I gotta be honest. Because the current era of modern...
It doesn't bode well because you compared James Bond to a completely different medium. That's so easy to do. Again, he has no analytical skill whatsoever. He cannot critical think to save his life.
Audience stuff is not exactly what people want these days. If anything, the pendulum has swung so hard the other way that people actually want things to revert more so back to how they used to be. Stuff like traditionalism and the old ways, if you will, are being favored by many instead of the new, and you can't blame them.
What, many instead? No, that's not true. That's also not fucking true either. That is not true either. These people don't understand anything about culture. Yes, there is a conservative movement that they're trying to be more trad wife or whatever, but that's not the popular sentiment. Go look at the media we are seeing right now. It is not it's not being flooded with a bunch of movies and books and TV shows about, let's go back to simpler times where men were men. People don't want that. Well, people want more interesting, dynamic, engaging stories. They want stories that take risks. One of the critiques, I'm going a little tangent here, but one of the critiques I saw about the ending of The Boys was that it wasn't subversive enough. It was too standard. It was too tropey. That is an element of the past where everything is tied in a neat bow. People didn't like that because that's not what the series built itself as. People don't want this return to the past type shit. You losers do. People in your echo chamber do. But that is not indicative of the larger culture. But they always talk about it as if it is. It is just appeal to tradition. But there's literally no evidence to suggest that that is what the actual people want.
007 protecting the ideals of today's world is not a 007 that is reminiscent of what that character was supposed to embody in the first place. He is a maverick, right? He disobeys orders if he thinks they go against his ideals, and if Bond were to embody the current age morality of, say, modern day Britain, many would likely agree it's not worth saving nor protecting either. For example, here's an excerpt from the latest James Bond novel that came out a few years ago. The book is titled On His Majesty's Secret Service by Charlie Hickson. Let me read you one part of this book. Here's what it says. Just listen to this.
I love reading books out of context, but cool. Brickett was an ex-Tory MP. Hold on, read it.
Burkett was an ex-Tory MP famous for promoting COVID vaccine mask-wearing SG conspiracy theories which had spilled over into the usual anti-immigrant, anti-EU, anti-BBC, anti-MSM, anti-cultural Marxist, climate change denial pronouncements. It was an anti-trans diatribe that had eventually got him kicked out of the party, and he'd soon after set up the New Freedom Party. James Bond was struck by something. It was a long while since he'd been at any kind of function that was almost exclusively full of men. It felt strange. There was not even a pretense at diversity here. Athelstan, that's the main villain of the book by the way, hadn't been the least bit concerned about ensuring that half of the people he'd hired to carry out his coup should be women or non-white or disabled. Again, this is a real part of the book of the latest James Bond novel that came out in 2023 no less.
Now listen, I would say that writing looked kind of weird and bad because everything just looked like it was jumbled together. There's no narrative flow. I don't know the full context of this. This looks bad in terms of writing, but this is just again, because you are a dumb person in Endymion. Poor writing aside, this is once again about the current day. No one wants to read a James Bond book when they open it and they're talking about shit that was happening in the fucking 50s. Because James Bond is supposed to be up to date. Unless they're like, hey, this is the piece where Bond back in the day, then sure, they can do that. Yes, your Bond is going, like, they literally told you that James Bond was always progressive. He was progressing through the years. So yeah, it might strike him as weird that, like, in this day and age, everyone's a fucking white guy. Like, this was an unapologetically old school gathering. In Ethelstan's world, he was king and he could do whatever he wanted. Like, they should show more than just one fucking section of it.
That half of the people he'd hired to carry out his coup interview, that Bond should reflect the modern values of the decade that he's being currently portrayed in. Which means, unironically, James Bond would be against, I guess for lack of a better word, anyone who wants their nation to be homogenous and not diverse.
Do you understand? First off, yes, you fucking moron. He would be against Britain becoming homogenous because how would they do that? Britain hasn't been a homogenous entity in literal centuries. So what do you think would happen? What do you think would happen? What groups do you think would be coming into power to make that happen? Are you trying to say that your version of James Bond would essentially be a fucking Nazi? Would be supporting an ethno-state? That is what you think James Bond, who works for the fucking government, would do?
And anyone who is against anything that the government pushes these days. And if you ask me, that doesn't sound like Bond to me. That instead sounds like propaganda wearing the skin suit of James. That's diverse and anyone who is against anything that the government pushes these days.
You're also saying that James Bond would be against anything. He would be against people who are against the government. James Bond works for the government. Do you remember in fucking Skyfall, where like his headquarters is being attacked, so he went after people going against him because attacking MI6 is attacking the government? Fucking dumbass, dude. Oh, but James Bond now he's pushing propaganda. That's always in propaganda. He fucking works for the he works for the government.
Days. And if you ask me, that doesn't sound like Bond to me. That instead sounds like propaganda wearing the skin suit of James Bond in order to push narratives. So if James Bond in First Light is anything like his latest novel, God, I hope not, then we are in the biggest humiliation ritual since Peter Parker and Spider-Man 2 then. I don't think it'll be that bad, hopefully, because that's, not James Bond. That character unironically sounds a lot more like Joshua Wolins. You know, the PC Gamer guy who wrote that article about how he can't relate to James Bond because he's too pathetic. But I bet Joshua would unironically also love that version of Bond because that version has likely the same politics and belief system of a games journalist. And this is also why First Light Warriors.
This is just so much. This is just so much of him hallucinating shit. This is just so much of him hallucinating.
Right? Because James Bond has effectively been already stripped of his masculinity and narrative form, as you just saw. And also remember, that book was sanctioned by Ian Fleming's estate. You know, the guy who wrote and created James Bond in the first place.
So the guy who wrote and created James Bond in the first place, his estate was like, hey, you know what? We are going to allow this. So you know better than the fucking estate of the guy who wrote the book series.
So they actually have to read that book and say that they turned Bond basically into a communist weirdo and went, yep, hit the presses. Let's get that book out there to the people because this is what we want. And you can't say that I'm lying either. Here's an official description of the villain's intentions from...
Okay, so say he's a communist. Let's see. Aethelex of Wessex that takes place over 2 months as Bond follows up on the murder of fellow agent 009 by going undercover to Castle in Hungary to infiltrate gather organized Aethelstan, who was recruiting and preying on easy target radical extremists to help him make England English again. So you think that makes James Bond a communist? This is so fucking stupid.
Hollywood and HighDef.com is seen here where I highlighted. Athelstan of Wessex that takes place over 2 months as Bond follows up on the murder of fellow agent 009 by going undercover to a castle in Hungary to infiltrate a gathering organized by Athelstan, who is recruiting and preying on easy targets radical extremists to help him make England English again. My God, like that's real. The villains of the latest Bond book are white guys who want Britain to be full of British people. Like that's the...
No. It is very fucking clearly a guy who wants to have a white ethno-state, which is why earlier on in the video, when you showed that page, James Bond was highlighting that fact. That's why he said it felt strange. He had at least been concerned of ensuring that half of people he'd carry out to his coup should be women or non-white or disabled. He only wanted white, able-bodied men. What other group do you know only wanted white, able-bodied men to participate in creating an ethno-state? Like, he doesn't even fucking know. Like, first off, he is Canadian. I think he's like Iranian Canadian, but he is Canadian. He is from Canada. He knows nothing of the UK politics outside of like who Keir Starmer possibly is. He knows nothing of the politics there, which he's clearly demonstrating his lack of knowledge. So he sees this and goes, he just wants to keep England British again. Hey, what does that mean? What if the book is telling you that the main bad guy only has white dudes in his party and he has the goal of making England English again, what do you think their version of England is, you fucking moron?
A fellow agent 009 by going under or anything like that. And if Bond in the game represents even an iota of what this book Bond apparently champions these days, the game is going to be dead in the water, at least on a story and thematic level. Sure, maybe the games journalists will like that, and the few communists who will actually have the money to, buy the game in the...
Again, he's just saying buzzwords. He's just saying buzzwords. And the few communists who have money, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about.
First place. But games like this, I would wager, are likely hinging on the word of mouth of many who actually dive in to check it out themselves, especially on social media. I do plan to play the game myself to get to the bottom of this because I suffered through Veilguard, AC Shadows, and more for the channel already, so I guess I'm going to do it again. I really hope that I'm wrong though. I hope I come out the other side going, oh yeah, this game slaps. But when I see what current day Bond is really all about, and again, Ian Fleming's estate had to okay it in the first place, which I would imagine is the same with the game's plot as well, how exactly is that going to go over with actual fans of James Bond these days? Emborg does confirm in this interview as seen here where he says that beautiful women are there in the game and Bond himself is a young man. He's got game and he's very cool, but consider me skeptical because these days people will say anything to sell you something. I'm not saying that Emborg is lying, okay? I'm not doing that, but I do bring up a point I was told many months ago, which I brought up in a video about Ubisoft, where I spoke to people who worked at Ubisoft and they told me that when it comes to progressive ideas or things like that what the Bond novel was trying to push. The idea of making Britain again is bad would be things that many publishers and then some would be hiding in their media, if you will. They would hide it until you actually buy the game, and then you would play it, and then a few hours in, they would reveal their true hand to you, so to speak. The concept here, I guess, is that many publishers would now hide the propaganda that's in their games until the refund window would pass. So they would get your money, and they would also get
This is also why I hate this guy so much. He's so bad at getting to the fucking point, and this is me saying this. He's right here, like his audience they must have Play-Doh brain. Listen to him like right here.
That when it comes to progressive ideas or things like that what the Bond novel was trying to push, the idea of making Britain again is bad would be things that many publishers and then some would be hiding in their media, if you will. They would hide it until you actually buy the game, and then you would play it, and then a few hours in, they would reveal their true hand to you, so to speak.
Okay, so that is way too much, but even so, okay, we get it. We get it. These games publishers would hide the true hook, the true plot of this game to the point where you can't get money back. Okay. And what'd you say afterwards?
The concept here, I guess, is that many publishers would now hide the propaganda that's in their games until the refund window would pass.
You just fucking said this. You just fucking said this. This is how he gets these videos to be almost half an hour long. He just simply repeats the same idea over and over and over and over. Like, how dumb is your audience? We just watched the ads in the video, but how dumb is your audience? How dumb do you think your audience is if you have to beat it over the head with them that, yes, I think that they're hiding their true intentions until they can make sure they get money from you to when it's too, you just said that.
So they would get your money, and they would also get to push the message. Now again, I'm not saying IO Interactive is doing any of that, but either way, I am not convinced. That is the point. Emborg did say more, as you can see here, that people are worried about that kind of thing. I can't wait for people to play the game and experience the character Bond, because everything we've done in creating this game has been to give you...
And I'm going to read in between the lines for you guys right here. When he says he also knows that people are worried about that kind of thing, but added, I can't wait for you to play the game and experience the character. What he's saying is, I cannot believe I have to address this dumb shit because the game we made is awesome. The fact that this is a concern is fucking stupid.
You the richest, truest Bond that we can possibly make. I would like to believe them, I really would, but everything I see surrounding Bond right now has me worried. I truly hope that I am wrong, though. I really do. But what I've noticed from PC Gamer here, the new Bond novel, and the way that male heroes in general are reinterpreted in today's media, is that this is about whether iconic male characters are really still allowed to exist without being torn apart by these ideological gatekeepers, if you will, that dominate large parts of modern media. That's
And he will give us no examples?
really what it is. So what we're watching unfold around this First Light
Yes.
007 game, at least in theory, is yet another example of these institutions trying to dismantle strong male archetypes on purpose because they fundamentally resent what those characters represent in the first place. They might get parts of them right. He can shoot people, he drives cars, whatever. But if Bond is, by and large, he's a male icon for a reason. It's because of his masculinity. Yes, the toxic parts and all too. The exact traits that James Bond was built upon are also the same things that modern entertainment increasingly treats like a problem these days too.
Like, again, they're so incapable of understanding culture and trends. They think that people like James Bond because he was some toxic male. Watch fucking Casino Royale. Watch Casino Royale. For the love of God, watch Casino Royale. Watch Casino Royale. Like, that is a modern James Bond. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, he doesn't understand the character of James Bond. He doesn't.
That's just the case. Everyone knows that. Because James Bond was really never designed to be safe. He was never designed to be sanitized or to fit inside these modern, corporate-approved ideological frameworks.
Yes, he was. Yes, he literally was. James Bond is not fucking Jack Reacher. James Bond is not some maverick vigilante. He works within an organized structure. Yes, he will go against the rules in order to save the day, but they're like, oh, he's not supposed to be sanitized. It wasn't like James Bond was walking around going, fuck you, I'm gonna kill you and shoot you. It wasn't like they have created this mythos in their head that James Bond was like Duke Nukem as a spy, banging chicks, cussing, doing this stuff, and now he's being sanitized. Like I said, they don't understand him. James Bond was always portrayed as a gentleman. That was not the height of toxic masculinity. He wasn't even seen as super masculine. By the time you got to the 80s, where you had like George Lazenby, for a little bit, but you had like Timothy Dalton, you also had fucking Rambo and like Conan now. Those guys were seen as masculine, not James Bond. James Bond was suave. You had the changing of the guard. It was no longer really popular to just have like the cartoonish, almost like campy dude as the lead. You needed to be big buff. You need to be Arnold Schwarzenegger. You need to be Sylvester Stallone. You needed to, be muscular. You need to be beat ass. You need to be Jean-Claude Van Damme. You need to be violent. And so the James Bond movies tried to maintain that, but they got less and less and less popular to after when Pierce Brosnan was done, they completely rebooted the series and they got rid of the camp and they made it more grounded. And they, again, like I said before, living in a post born world, the action became more like shaky cam, but more intimate. They actually had choreography. Like it was like completely different. But he doesn't understand the language of film or media or anything like that. So he goes, yeah, he's not supposed to be sanitized. He has no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
He's supposed to be 007, and Bond is masculine by design. A man who just walks into chaos and then he just dominates the situation, right? That is literally the fantasy that you want. And for decades, everybody loved him for it. And that is why every single time you have a franchise that allows a male character to simply be masculine, like the Top Gun Maverick movie, for example, made over $1 billion and then some, the outrage cycle then immediately begins too, like we are.
The outrage cycle comes from you fucking morons because you will take one person and make it seem like that's indicative of every single person in the media space. And I like how he says that. Yeah, like Top Gun Maverick made $1 billion. Yeah, so did the fucking Marvel movies. Guess what? Captain Marvel also made over $1 billion. Black Panther made over $1 billion. And one of the more important characters was Nakia, who, by your definition, would have been emasculating T'Challa. And yet that made over $1 billion.
Seeing, right? We see it with many action films. We saw it with many games too. We saw it with Saros recently as well. We saw it with countless franchises where male heroes are either weakened, humiliated, infantilized, or rewritten to then fit these modern expectations. Now, it could be happening again with Bond, and I really hope that's not the case, but the reaction from parts of gaming media, like PC Gamer and such like that, has been unbelievable.
And such like that, did he show you at any point, any other article?
Revealing, if you ask me, because the moment that 007 First Light starts presenting Bond as being charismatic and capable and attractive or masculine and traditionally heroic, is it really any wonder why PC Gamer would immediately start appearing to criticize the very traits that made Bond iconic in the first place? And this is where that disconnect becomes impossible to ignore for many. Normal audiences, they don't hate masculinity. Normal audiences are actually starved for it. Like, look around. Modern entertainment everywhere right now. People are exhausted by weak protagonists. They're exhausted by self-insert dialogue and by character.
What the fuck is self-insert dialogue? Give examples, dude. Don't just say people like. Give examples. I'm looking around right now. People love Wonder Man. That would be DEI according to people like you. People are. I'm currently watching Spider Noir. People like that. And like what are we talking about?
Written to lecture audiences instead of really inspiring them like they used to. They're exhausted by stories that are terrified of real strength. That is why audiences are still gravitating towards these powerful archetypes no matter what they do. It's not because people want oppression, not because people hate progress, but because strong men do matter. Strong men stabilize families. Strong men protect their communities. Strong men inspire the younger generations. And strong men, they also create ambition too. And cultures that endlessly demean masculinity eventually create weakness. That is
Jesus Christ, he's doing the weak men create hard times create hard men create like peace times create. He's doing that shit. I kind of butchered it, but he's literally doing that. He's doing the strong. Like, he's trying to pad out this video. He's already made this point 10 times.
Not controversial to say. That is observable reality, and you and I both know that. This is why many male characters like Spider-Man or even Bond in No Time to Die, that movie, where he's holding the hips of a female agent on a bike, which is just ridiculous for Bond to do. Like, this idea that male characters must be incompetent.
The notion that he's saying he's supposed to be strong, man, but the second they don't exude the way he views strength all the time, they're being emasculated. Oh man, he had to hold the hips of a woman on the bike. Oh Jesus Christ, this is an emasculation. This is an attack on men. And they always say Spider-Man 2 because Peter Parker isn't some fucking incel like them.
Emotionally broken and passive, cowardly even, and constantly mocked is why there is such a problem with all of this in the first place, and audiences are noticing that. That is why so many legacy franchises
Do you
also
notice?
hollow now, because the right.
Do you notice how when he goes on these long ass tangents, he has nothing to back him up? He has no visuals, no sources, no nothing, because he's making shit up. He's relying on his audience already believing his bullshit that they won't fact check anything he says. But what he's saying is demonstrably false. It's only true in his worldview and his echo chamber. But again, like I just said in this video, he's not capable of analyzing anything. He's trying to cover his ass by saying, I hope. And this is what they do a lot too. The real crux of his video, which is why he called They Want It to Die, or They Killed, like he always calls it. The real crux of his video is that he thinks this James Bond game is going to be bad. That's what he thinks, which is why in that tweet, the initial tweet, he was talking about, oh yeah, they're going to base off the books and yada, 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 yada. But then to cover his ass, he's just going to say, but I hope I'm wrong. That is a bullshit tactic. If I spend, in a 24-minute video, if I spend 20 minutes talking about how this game is going to be bad because it's following this trend that I've noticed in Hollywood where they're emasculating men and making them weak, and then I spend 4 minutes going, but I hope I'm wrong, I obviously am doing that to cover my ass. Because he could have started the video by saying, you know what, I have some opinions about this game, and from what I've seen, that people are saying this game is going to be woke. I mean, I can see where they're coming from, but I hope it'd be good. I hope it'd be better because I'm looking forward to X, Y, and Z. There's no balance here, though. It's overwhelmingly negative.
Writers no longer admire the archetypes that they have inherited. Instead, they just resent them. And
like, he's going on a diatribe. I bet you if I click forward here, he's still going to be talking about it.
towards masculinity, like as a whole, that has just infected large parts of modern culture.
Like, he's literally spent the last, what?
And cultures that.
So from about 20 minutes onwards,
impossible to ignore for many, because normal audience.
So if I give that from 20 minutes onwards, he's just complaining. Literally.
Are we gonna get the James Bond we always wanted, or are we gonna get that?
Like, he's just complaining. He's just complaining. Like, what does Google think? Let's summarize this video. I know it's not perfect, but you guys saw me watch this video. Masculinity and media. The modern audience concern. Literary content. Industry backlash. The host remains skeptical about the final product of First Life, fearing may result in the humiliation ritual of the characters rather than faithful adaptation. He concludes by encouraging his viewers to reject the idea that masculinity is a weakness and expresses his intent to play the game upon release to reevaluate it personally. So even the dirty summary of this is literally him just complaining. This came out 4 days ago. And anything past that, dude? Did you put out a video talking about how you were fucking stupid and wrong? Nope, because now I used to go watch the Odyssey. Nope, now I used to talk about Bungie and Naughty Dog. Like, it's so predictable. He's always the same way. He's so fucking bad at this. And then of course you have dumbasses like
If there's
Wagner
anything,
knows why. Right. Do not worry, we're not gonna watch Wagner. Gaming is not for men anymore. First Light review. Like he also though his output.
There's no gaming for real men anymore.
Jesus Christ, fix your fucking audio. But there is no video that he puts out besides the ones that you know. Like it's usually what it is I can tell which videos of people like him will be positive because they just go whatever the anti-woke say. Like they will say, oh, Pragmata is the best game ever, so he'll be positive for Pragmata. Oh, they hate Ubisoft? Okay, let's shit on Ubisoft. And all of his content is exactly the same. He's using AI for some reason, but literally everything he puts out is the same content over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Like, First Light will trick gamers into woke, good or bad. Why will it trick gamers into woke if you guys were already calling it woke? How can it trick you into being the thing that you just said it was? And see, here we go. My top favorite video game is the Golden Era, right? Because they have to do the return. Remember what they took from you. Yeah. It's the same shit, dog. It's the same shit, dog. Let's see what Andy Pants do. How long is this video? 3 hours? Oh, wait. This is the podcast. Wait. Oh, this is awesome. This is awesome. Why everyone wants the 2000s back? No, that's just you. Wait. This is the podcast. So someone actually decided to join him. If you guys remember, he put out a video about. Oh, he deleted it. He deleted the video when he was asking for a podcast host. Let's see. I like how he names his podcast. Just the first thing is the R word. Amazing.
We're rebranding Augments. No more mechanical apartheid. Very negative branding. We're calling them Freedom Limbs.
Amazing. Truly. Is this supposed to be the skit? We're not going to watch all of it, don't worry, but this is supposed to be the skit. I remember that video I made about this, where we broke down how he wanted to run this.
I never asked for this. Look, Jensen, you've got Augs, beautiful Augs. You would not believe the city I'm building for your kind, Adam. Rabaya, beautiful in the middle of the desert. Definitely not a refugee camp. Beautiful place.
Are you saying we should just give up? Let hatred and prejudice take over? Hatred and prejudice take over?
This is such ass. What the fuck? Oh my god, this is such ass. They couldn't even be bothered to just make an actual graphic. So you have this AI that says, I think it's supposed to say failure undone, but it says failure undone. Something police. Why is this ninja so small? They're not even oh my god, it's so fucking awful. This is so ass. One player action game, but it's clearly 2 players. Oh my god, dude. I like how he just put podcast here.
What's going on, boys? Andy Pants is here. We are doing the Save Scum podcast. This is the first podcast that we have done, and what we're going to be doing is we're going to be playing 1 game per month together with me and my buddy Trice here, and we're going to be doing a deep analysis of that game, probably like a 2 or 3 hour long episode, looking at the themes, the art, the graphics, just doing a deep analysis of it. So Trice, do you want to talk about yourself, dude?
Sure. First of all, thanks for inviting me to do this with you. I'm excited to get to dive into a game every month and find out whether or not I hate it or love it. But I'm a pretty eclectic gamer, so I like.
Let's get to it.
Everything. Well, I wouldn't say I like everything, but I like something from every genre. I even like stupid puzzle games and stuff. I'll play anything from Balatro.
Find the cat in this picture.
Yeah, well, I did have a stack of highlights magazines as a child, so I think I.
Okay, let's see.
Where's Waldo? Find.
I like how they don't even. This is a 3-hour video. They don't even do chapters. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, holy shit, dude.
Find the cat. Find the. Do you like hit? Well, yeah. To your point, the genius of cyberpunk is it kind of shows like if we just had a society with like no morality whatsoever, just sort of left to itself, where people did truly whatever they wanted and they were just as disgusting as they wanted to be, it would create Cyberpunk 2077. And it's sort of like a parable of like, oh yeah, if there's like absolutely no moral constraint on society, that's the world that you get. And so there's it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's I don't know who I'm paraphrasing here, but I heard somebody else say this. Just look at a behavior, right? And if everyone did it, would it make society fall? And then if that's the truth, if that's the case, then it's probably not a behavior anyone should be doing,
it's not a good behavior. Yeah.
It's not something that we should be putting.
I'm sorry, but if your video is 3 hours long and your takeaway for Cyberpunk is just if everyone did something and it didn't work for society, like the whole thing about cyber being dystopian is not just because of a lack of moral, it's specifically corporatization. When we allow corporatization to take such a hold where people's literal bodies can become property for these private corporations, where they have wars with their private military forces and can control entire states, that's rampant capitalism. That is the critique of cyberpunk. When you let these corporations functionally act as de facto governments.
Center stage and saying, hey, act like this.
Yeah.
But so Deus Ex: Mankind Divided is a first-person stealth shooter developed by Eidos Montreal, which is now, I don't even know if it exists anymore, but it was at some point acquired by Square Enix.
All right, so getting into the game, I just kind of want to set the stage here. So Mankind Divided is the fourth Deus Ex games. If you've never played a Deus Ex game, and by the way, everybody seems to agree that we're not going to get another one past this. It just didn't do well enough.
Okay, also, hey, from an editing standpoint, the guy was introducing what Deus Ex is, and he didn't even finish it before you cut him off.
In 2000, it's legend.
Like, listen,
a first-person stealth shooter developed by Eidos Montreal, which is now, I don't even know if it exists anymore, but it was at some point acquired by Square Enix.
All right, so getting into the game, I just kind of want to set the stage here. So Mankind Divided is the fourth Deus Ex games.
Like, why even have that? Why not just start with the getting into
never
it?
Played a Deus Ex game. And by the way, everybody seems to agree that we're not going to get another one past this. It just didn't do well enough. So the first Deus Ex came out in 2000. It's legendary. And these games kind of all presuppose, what if every conspiracy theory is true and there was an Illuminati running everything? That's sort of the base lore of the Deus Ex games. In this one, you play as Adam Jensen. He works for TF-29. He is a mechanically augmented anti-terrorist operative. The game is set in 2029, but the world looks pretty close to what we have today. There's not a ton of differences. The main difference is that mankind is divided.
The main difference is that they have fucking mechanical augments in like these flying technological ships that we do not have. What are you talking about?
Into what are called naturals and augs in this game. Augs are people with augmented body prosthetics, and naturals are people with no cybernetics on them. And the whole game kind of centers around the tension between naturals and augs. That's sort of the centerpiece of the drama of the game. But that reminded me, Jason, what was the funny detail you picked up about the Arabs, about
yeah.
Islamic people.
What?
Yeah, they mentioned at the beginning of the
By the way, what a weird non sequitur. Why even have this guy as your co-host where you talk uninterrupted for like 3 minutes after interrupting his intro? Because it sounded like he was getting into the history of Eidos Montreal, which became Square Enix, but then also became Eidos Montreal, but then it was Eidos, then Square Enix, then Eidos Montreal, then back to Square Enix. Because, you know, H. Barmer guy did a video on this years ago, which is much, much better, obviously. But you were talking for so long, I forgot you had a co-host.
game that when discussing the first mission, because the first mission takes place in the Middle East,
right?
They were discussing how, well, the terrorists who are there aren't Muslim, and the reason why they're not Muslim is because getting augments is haram, and which is kind of a hilarious concept that that terrorists would care about what's haram, because it's sort of a widely known thing that radical Muslim imams don't they've stated that it's okay to violate the tenets of Islam in furtherance of jihad. So the idea of this is ridiculous. But on that, the whole reason they're saying this disclaimer is because, look, we know this is a terrorist game, right? But it's not a racist terrorist game, or at least it's not a racist terrorist game in the way that you think. It's a different kind of racism, a new racism. All right, a more dangerous one, and we'll tell you about it.
This is such a stupid thing to bring up, because first off, I always have to have these conversations. Just because one radical terrorist group says we can violate our laws doesn't mean that every group is like this. They could be devout radicals in which they are so against augments because it violates their interpretation of their beliefs that they won't participate in it. Like, why is that not something that equally has value? Like, you have different groups in the world who may have the same, let's say, ideological leanings, but have very different ways of approaching it. I mean, there are some Muslims who eat pork, but do everything else. There are some Christians who, adultery. They do adultery sometimes. They sometimes cheat, but they still see themselves as a Christian. There's other people who are devout who will be abstinent, but they still believe in the same God. They still believe in the same fucking things, but like they're going about differently. Some Catholics did the fucking Crusades. Like,
dude, speaking of terrorist shit, my wife and I were talking tonight. I totally forgot that in 2015 in France there was a terrorist attack that killed where they killed 130.
Is this going to talk about the game or
who were doing corn detasseling? And the whole reason you do that is because you're creating hybrid seed corn. So,
that's cool.
Yeah, well, it was.
Were you working alongside them?
This is supposed to be in depth.
That one augment you were.
Their gameplay wasn't even. It wasn't even their own gameplay. They're watching a Scirocco video. I thought the whole point was just supposed to play the game and then talk about it. Why not have your own gameplay?
They did not adjust the amount of praxis or experience you get in the game. So even though I put 40 hours ish into the game. And did everything.
You still didn't get enough praxis.
Not even close. Not even close.
Yeah.
So your Adam is not fully kitted out at the end of the game, which is kind of a letdown, I think.
Yeah.
If you're going to put 40 hours into a game.
Yeah. And that is why they added the New Game Plus, because the New Game Plus does carry your guy over. But it is a bummer that you can't, in one playthrough, get a maxed out Adam.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I suppose I could have just gone around and grinded, because you do get experience for every.
This is not in depth.
Tie in here between like Islam and the Middle East, and like I think it was subtle, but it was definitely like, I mean, because think about it, you're going to the Middle East to take out terrorists, and I don't know.
But remember, they had.
They're still on this point. an hour and 35 minutes into the game.
So you can obviously go back and just kill Drahomir yourself because he's a bad guy. But if you're like a total beta cuck like me, and I more did this because I tend to pick the options where like I want to get as much story as possible, and so you can go kill Drahomir yourself, or you can get a female cop to do it for you.
Yeah, that's what I did. I talked to the female cop. I wanted to see what it was.
This
well,
isn't-
in that, it's the Guy Fawkes thing where they're all wearing the mask. The K is whoever's in charge.
K is I see. Yeah.
Yeah, so like they all
This is not in
share
depth.
the identity of K.
Yeah.
So I found that
At-
that
at
was kind of
all.
an interest- Yeah, I found this whole
Them, but both
Look,
of them,
look how poorly edited this shit is, dude.
both of them seem like they could have done it. You know.
Yes. Yeah, I mean they both had motive.
Yeah. I think the first time I did this, Montag asked me like, okay, so who do you think did it?
Like,
and
this
I
isn't-
said, well, I think Radko Perry did it just because he seems to kind of
This is nothing.
torn apart.
Like, he even has what this should talk about. Wait, Andrew, could they have tweaked the story and the metaphor to make it actually believable? Gameplay. This isn't even. Is that in Prague? Did you want to play it like Call of Duty, or were you merely pulled into the event con nature of the game? At what point did you feel like but he's not even asking questions like this.
Yeah, she's been torn apart. Her og kill, even non-ogs, point in their route where you can just like grab them and pull them behind something, and 2 games worth of lore you'd have to fill people in on to get where the story is now. It
this
seems
is-
like to me it would be more difficult to do that than
This is not
than to
any sort of
just
in-depthness.
make a 3rd game in the original trilogy. You know what I mean? Rather than just skip this prequel. I don't know though. Maybe
And he said in the beginning that this is when they play games, right?
me to do this with you. I'm excited to get to dive into a game every month and find out whether or not I hate it or love it. But I'm a pretty eclectic gamer. So
Like you
with
said,
me
they
and my
play
buddy
games.
Trice here, and we're going to be doing a deep analysis of that game, probably like a 2 or 3 hour long everything.
Like,
I
a
wouldn't
deep
say I like
analysis.
everything, but I like with me and my buddy Trice. On boys, Andy Pants is here. We are doing the Save Scum podcast. This is the first podcast that we have done, and what we're going to be doing is we're going to be playing 1 game per month together with me and my buddy Trice here, and we're going to be doing a deep analysis of that game, probably like
This is why I said this podcast was such a fucking bad idea, because obviously all of his comments are going to be like, I was hoping for the rant video, but like, I could put this up and watch multiple 30-minute sections. So excited. You have Augs, beautiful Augs, Trump cares on point. Yeah, it's AI. It's so fucking insane to me that his audience is just this stupid. But this is a bad. First off, to have your game, your first audio, your first podcast be titled "This" is insane. Secondly, at no point did it seem like, obviously I didn't watch the whole thing because I'm skimming through it, but at no point did it seem like this had any value of having another person being there. This is something you could do by yourself, because now you're just going, yeah, when you put, like, the whole point, I hate to have to explain this to him, the entire point of having a podcast with someone else or working with other people in like a creative endeavor is to bounce off of each other, to play to each other's strengths, right? It's not interesting if you are both talking about the same game. Because what's the value? Why do you need a secondary person here to say the same information? It'd be more valuable if you were like, hey, this month I played Deus Ex and you played I played Deus Ex, the original one, and you played the sequel. And we're going to talk about which one is better. That's immediately more interesting because I'm not hearing repeat information or how people talk over each other. Because let's say I've never played these games. I don't get any information from you now. because their conversation was just like two people who know about this thing or know about it and just talking about it. But it's not in depth. They're not talking about it in a way that someone who's not familiar with it could enjoy it. They're talking about it in a way where you have to play the game. And they themselves didn't even do like the stuff where it's like, in my footage, I found this thing out and I can show it to my audience. It's just, let's put a Shiriko video up top and let's talk for 3 hours. And do no editing. Just have the Shiriko video be full screened. And then sometimes have our Discord show up. Like that's fucking lazy, dog. That's so lazy. Which is, again, his MO. He's a fucking lazy piece of shit. He just straight up does the lowest effort. It's so fucking funny though. It's so fucking funny. I'm laughing at the fact that he deleted his that video about asking for somebody. Like it's not. Let's see how the gaming channel's actually doing though. I forgot what the actual gaming channel is called. Oh, here's the Save Scum podcast has its own. Oh. Okay, I see why he put on his main channel. Because it's not. Is it sectioned here? No. Okay. Isn't it like his second channel, like Andy Pants Retro Gaming? Because what's funny is he doesn't even have it listed on his actual page. He doesn't have his second account listed on his fucking. I don't know why he doesn't have that. But it was called, I completely forgot what it's called. Wait, I think I know which video it was, though, where he mentioned he has a gaming channel. I think it was this one.
Guys, I don't.
Andy Pants. I typed that in. Andy Pants Retro Gaming. Why can't I find it? Why can't I find the gaming channel? Wait, did he get rid of it?
Guys, I don't know about
Did he get rid of the gaming channel?
reviewed on this new channel, so tune into that channel for
I'm looking at Andy Pants Gaming 2. Oh, did he change it? He changed it to Save Scum. So people really didn't give a fuck about his actual gaming stuff. So he just said, fuck it, I'm gonna get rid of it. And now he replaced it with this. Oh my god. Oh, that makes sense. Like, listen, I try to tell him. I told you guys it wouldn't do well. I told you guys no one give a fuck about his gaming ideas because no one cares about his thoughts about shit. That is not the audience he built. You saw that comment that said, I was hoping for another rant video. They don't care about you, Andy. They just want you to be their little attack dog.
guys.
They
I don't
don't-
know about you, but in 2026, I'm so glad.
They don't give a shit. Like, look. Look. This came out 6 days ago. 12,000 views after 6 days. Where he usually gets, unfortunately, he usually gets pretty good numbers. Over 100,000 easy, right? But every time he does a podcast thing, it's 12,000 views, it's 13,000 views, it's 14,000 views. Like, no one fucking cares. No one cares about his reviews either. Expedition 33, is it good? Is it woke? 46,000 views. But you're talking about Xbox, that's 100,000 views, baby. Like, this is... I will also give him credit for not talking about, at least yet, mixtape. Everything is faking gain. I don't remember this video. But like the second he tries to talk about any of this stuff, it goes, actually, Andy, no one gives a shit, dude. No one fucking cares. Incredible. What an incredible find to be like, yeah, dog, no one gives a shit about your opinions. And on top of that, you had to change your channel again. Because that's how little people cared. But again, this is what I tell you guys, right? This whole, like, in that video I always show you, which I guess I should show you, right? Where I said that Andy Pants he admits that he's, boxed into this corner. Yeah. The numbers don't lie. If you aren't consistently spewing anti-woke bullshit, your audience will not tap in. The vast majority of your audience will skip it. He is the perfect, I'm going to go back to Big Face, because he is the perfect distillation of what I've been saying this entire time. You look at his other videos, some of them get in the millions, right? But he always gets over 100,000. He gets mostly like 100,000, averages 100,000 views a video, unless it's about not being anti-woke. Like, oh, who Cold Badasses? Because I can talk about everything being white cucks and whatever. 300,000 views. Charlie Kirk, not even 60K. What happened to Ghost Recon? 14,000. Oh, but pussification? Oh, that's an easy mill, baby. That's an easy mill. But it's Expedition 33. I like this game. 46K. Oh, I can talk about black people. Oh, that's 285K. Easy. But if I talk about the Dragon Age Veilguard's entire staff getting laid off, that's only 63K. Like, dog, they don't care about you. They just want you to consistently hit that button. DEI hires Matt Noe, watches his show. People think, people watch Andy Cortez on Kind of Funny. That's insane. But if he's not constantly feeding them that hatred, and he tries to talk about other things, dog. That's why he had to pivot his gaming channel. This is what I kept trying to tell you guys, though. This shit gets tiring. And but you're also stuck. You're also, not only you're a slave to your audience, but you're a slave to the algorithm. The algorithm's not going to push out you talking about fucking old video games when your content's known for you being vitriolic and hateful. They want you to be hateful. That is what you've conditioned the algorithm and your audience to want. If you don't do that, you don't get shit. And especially, Andy, your audience knows you are not some intellectual powerhouse. You're not going to give them 3 hours of actual in-depth coverage. Like, my boy, H Bomber Guy, did this video 4 years ago. Now, obviously, over time, 18 million views. But I watched this video a ton.
Trying to get around a big... On a second.
Notice how it's... Listen, we can watch the first minute, okay? And he gives you the option to use chapter select, which is a big thing. But look, just the first minute.
In In June 2000, Ion Storm released Deus Ex. Deus Ex is one of the best games ever made. Its engaging free-form gameplay and complex storytelling quickly cemented it as one of the true classics of the medium. So the developer went bankrupt. If that line sounds familiar to you, get used to it, like 12 more videos are going to start this way. Eidos Interactive, the game's publisher, was the 51% shareholder in Ion Storm. So when the company closed its doors and the creators quit or got let go, the Deus Ex intellectual property didn't belong to any of the people who, you know, made it, but to a bunch of executives at a publishing company. Then Eidos Interactive's parent company, also named Eidos, which made researching this very confusing, got bought and merged with another game publisher, Sales Curve Interactive. Then they hit major financial trouble and realized they need to make games to survive, and opened a new development studio in Canada, which began development on the next Deus Ex game. While that was happening, things were going great at SCI. Just kidding, it went so bad the CEO got fired. To get a fresh start, they renamed the company to Eidos. Hold on a second. Then they got bought again, this time by Square Enix. Square Enix said they were going to leave Eidos to themselves, then changed their mind and forcibly merged the company with their European branch, and oh my god, isn't the game industry so normal and fine? While all of that was happening,
do you see how much more engaging that was? We got all that information in a minute and 27 seconds. It took them 5 minutes to not even tell us what happened because Andy Pants cut him off. Now, to be fair, this is from a established bread tuber who does video essays, but at least from a visual standpoint, this is more engaging. Obviously, this is more in depth. One person did this video for 3 hours and 33 minutes. Andy Pants' video was also 3 hours with 2 people and didn't even have a third of this level of insight. Roughly the same length, and yet one has infinitely
trying to get around
more information. Yeah, this video is only longer by like, what, 5 seconds? Or sorry, 7 seconds? And yet, look at that. Like, I'm not going to give him better ideas, though. I like seeing him do this and struggle because he's going to quit this podcast, too. Just you watch. I give it like, let's be generous. Let's say end of the year, that podcast is gone because it won't be worth it. He won't want to maintain it because it's not bringing him any sort of significant revenue or significant pleasure in terms of like viewership. But okay. On that note, we gotta go to bed. It's 1 a.m. It's been 5 hours. To be fair, HB spends 6 months making videos. No, true. What I'm saying though is you have 2 people doing your podcast and the work looks like dog shit. It does. They spent their shit doing AI nonsense. And then it's not even funny. And then your conversation, like I remember when I edit this stream to be part of the video, I'm going to insert the clips of the video or at least I'm going to tag my video I made where I show like the actual, like, this is what he said. Like, this is what he said he was looking for in his video and then what we got. Because it's not the same. Like, it's. And I would think he has enough money to at least hire a fucking editor so he can have them work on the podcast and he can just do the podcast, but whatever. But on that note, you guys. We are out of here. Thank you for joining. Thank you for all the new people who stopped by and subscribed and followed and all that shit. I really appreciate that. Your boy's tired though. So it's time to go.